Mike is hot. Mike is hot, so fucking hot. Mike is hot, so fucking hot. All right, guys, I am here, and the mic is hot. And thank you so much for tuning in, you guys. I hate it when I can't see you. When I don't see one of you, like Jackie Cat wasn't here yesterday, and I'm like, oh no, where's Jackie Cat? I hope Jackie Cat's okay. I have to go press some weed, so I thought it just taking longer for the thing to heat up than I thought it would. It's gonna take me like 2 minutes. So I have a little clip here for you about how the COVID virus is not man-made.
Anthony Fauci today saying if they identify a viable vaccine candidate, there could be millions of doses available by next January.
You at risk proactively start making it, assuming it's going to work. And if it does, then you could scale up and hopefully get to that timeline. So we want to go quickly, but we want to make sure it's safe and it's effective.
Yet President Trump taking heat from what some critics called overpromising on the prospect of rapid immunization.
Are you overpromising when you say you're going to have 300 million doses of vaccines?
No, I'm not overpromising. I don't know who said it, but whatever the maximum is, whatever you can humanly do, we're going to have. I hope we're going to have a vaccine, and we're going to fast track it like you've never seen before.
On the origins of the virus, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence today confirming the intelligence agencies are investigating whether the outbreak began through contact with infected animals or if it was the result of an accident at a laboratory in Wuhan. But they have concluded the COVID-19 virus was not man-made or genetically modified. President Trump also pushing back on reports he was briefed on the potential for a catastrophe regarding coronavirus as far back as January.
If you speak to the head of intelligence right now, you speak to the head, they did say that I was given a briefing when I said I was given it, not before, and they also said that it wasn't specific and it was not a panic briefing.
At that East Room event today, President Trump today told Fox News that he has seen intelligence that gives him a high degree of confidence that the virus did emanate from that biosafety level 4 lab, the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China. Though when asked by Fox News what the intelligence showed him, the president said he couldn't talk about it. Brett?
Not the end of that. John Roberts live on the North Lawn. John, thank you.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
All right, I'm back. And this one's fresh off the presses, as they say. Fresh off the presses, ladies and gentlemen. Here at Mox News, it's always something fresh off the presses. We don't need that. Yeah, right now. And we got this right here. That right now. I think, well, thank you very much. I think I will. Yes, I think I will. Thank you very much. Um, so, I know you guys think I'm just some stoner guy who blathers on about cannabis like it's the cure-all, end-all of fucking everything, right? Um, and I know you think when I tell you you're not eating enough marijuana, how many is this thing on? Can you people fucking hear me? You're not eating enough marijuana. How many times do I have to tell you? And the reason that I do this is because I believe it is the best advice I can give you. The single best advice I can give you. Meanwhile, hospital in Israel is now treating COVID-19 with cannabis. Do you remember like 3 or 4 weeks ago when I said, hey, I'm hearing all this inflammation stuff about COVID-19 and cannabis is a known anti-inflammatory. That's why they prescribe it for arthritis and stuff like that. Do you remember me saying that? Now there's a hospital. Gee, I wonder if they were listening to me. Now there's a hospital in Israel treating COVID-19 here. Where the fuck is that? Where the fuck is that? See, look at this. Hospital treating COVID-19 with cannabis. Or coronavirus is what they're saying. Coronavirus. Where's that at? Here it is. And it's just like Times of Israel, Jewish Press, Green Prophet. It's all these I guess well-known, the Jerusalem Post, medical marijuana. Well, that's something else. But all I'm saying is, I keep telling you guys. I keep, and all I'm trying to do is give you the best advice I know how. I know a lot of you look at me and you go, oh, stoner, wants everybody to be stoned, and, it's not it. That's not it at all. Yeah, that is not it at all, okay? What I want is for you to be happy and for you to be healthy and for me to tell you the shortest way to get there. Okay? People take all these supplements. The single most important supplement that you can possibly be taking is cannabis. Okay? I don't know how much more obvious I can make it for you guys. I pointed it out again and again for years before we ever started doing these live shows. I've been telling you guys, this is so important. Look how important this is. This can make a giant difference for you and for anyone that needs help. Your mom, your neighbor, your child, your husband. Your husband is too stressed out. You give him a cookie, and the next thing you know, he's in the park, loving on a juice box, laughing his ass off. Because life is good when it's looked at from the right perspective. And we all have that option. I'm just doing my best to show you the shortcut to take that option. You guys don't have to believe me, but I've been very consistent on what's happening. I honestly believe this is the best advice I can give you. That's why I say it again and again. That's why I play the bright side commercial again and again, because I can see the truth in that commercial. There's these stressed out people with the little aches and pains of everyday life. And then they get their cannabis delivery. And next thing you know, they're smelling the flowers. And they're playing guitar and dancing, enjoying life. Okay? And so many people take so many fucking drugs so that hopefully they can enjoy their life. All you gotta do is eat a cookie in the morning. And not only that, it protects you from the COVID-19, apparently. Who knew? Right? And again, I'm not out here trying to blow my own horn. This has never been about me. In fact, the only reason I do this live show is because your voice has been taken away. I've said again and again, it's your voice that makes Mox News really of value. It's your voice that makes Mox News really interesting. And now your voice is being censored. 10 times more than anybody would ever expect. Simply because, some douchebag thinks what you say is inappropriate. Some douchebag sitting somewhere behind a keyboard says, no, you can't do that because I say so. So we try to sidestep, and we come here and we say, hey, everybody, look at this cool stuff. What do you think about that? And I know that we're not having the discussion that we could be. And it's unfortunate. I mean, if we had started this, at the beginning of Mox News, a live show, which again, I didn't want to do because I am a person of strong opinions and I haven't ever wanted to make this about my opinion. But if we had begun a call-in show back then, there'd be so many people interacting. And I don't know if it's just because of the bullshit YouTube shadow banning or if it's something bigger than that. But, everybody used to love to interact. And now it seems like not so much. You guys know what I mean. So, let's see, which one was that? Which video did I just play? COVID, Sean, paper, no, not that one. Which one, Dave? Not man-made, right. COVID-19, not man-made. Oh, and it's very interesting when you see these people go out of their way to emphasize the point that it's not man-made in big giant letters across the whole screen. Not man-made, in quotes. Are we making this clear enough for you people? It's not man-made. You know the saying, methinks she does protest too much. I think I don't trust these fucking cunts. Does that sound anything like that sentence I just said? Methinks I don't trust these fucking cunts. And it's true. I don't trust these fucking cunts. I never have trusted these fucking cunts. I don't trust the fucking cunts who run YouTube. I don't trust the fucking cunts who run the country. I don't trust the fucking cunts who run the news. I don't trust the fucking cunts in the police force. I don't trust the fucking cunts down at the Masonic Lodge, all the fucking judges, the fucking lawyers. Fuck all those people. Okay, I don't trust any of them. And you know why? Because none of them are about us. Mox News has always been about the people. And you guys can, again, you can just act like, oh, there goes Mox on a rant again or whatever. But it's the facts. Okay? Who else have you been telling you during this coronavirus outbreak that you're not eating enough fucking marijuana? Okay, who else has been telling you that? And now we find out that a hospital is treating COVID-19 patients with cannabis. Okay? It's not a game. I know I look silly. I know I look happy and goofy and I'm just here having fun. But that's because I'm keeping a positive attitude, whether you like it or not. And I know it seems to rub a lot of you the wrong way. A lot. I don't give a fuck. Understand. It's so much easier to get through life with a smile on your face. It's so much easier to get through life with a song in your heart. If you can keep a positive attitude, it's going to be 10 times easier for you to move forward through the valley of the shadow of death than with a fucking, I'm terrified of everything. Oh, I need a gun so I can shoot everyone. They're all so scary. Okay? Yes, keep a positive attitude. No, do not get angry. Okay? I know Michelle's mad at me because she says, oh, you got to get angry. No, do not get angry. Okay? Anger does not help. Okay? What you need to do is you need to recognize the real enemy. The people who for fucking how many generations now have been telling you marijuana has no medicinal qualities. Now they're treating fucking COVID-19 with it. Okay? Oh, marijuana has no medicinal. How many fucking generations? How many years? How many decades? Fuck these people in charge. They all off with their heads. And when I say that, you can know I am being true and sincere, and I mean it with all my heart. Off with their heads. Because they have kept the truth from us. They have kept the people sick. They have kept the people unhappy. They have kept the people medicated on garbage drugs. When all you have to do is eat a cookie. And what? You're protected from COVID-19? No fucking way. You're not eating enough marijuana. Am I making myself clear, people? So I just wanted to make sure that we were up to date on that. And we have a new Skype caller. There was the same Skype caller as always. The Skype callers. Don't click that. Don't click that. Don't click it. Don't click it.
We have to. Okay, so
Isn't that where the
let's
echo
make sure we
comes
don't have
from?
an echo. No, the echo comes from the volume control over here on your other screen. We need to turn that off.
Okay.
The one right here. Okay, there should be no echo. Have the people in chat let us know if we're getting an echo.
They'll let you know. Don't worry.
Yeah, and my audio I'm going to turn off while we do this so there's no echo coming from my desk. I'm going to turn my audio on my desk off too, just so we're sure that we're not getting any third-party audio in here while we set Pete up. All right, stand by. We're working on it. I got to go up to Skype call in my studio mode here, and let's find Pete in Skype. Stand by. It takes a minute. It's not rocket science. We are a low-budget conversation
as
here.
I was saying, this isn't like a game, you know? I mean, again, I know I have goofy titles on my videos, and I have weird fucking thumbnails, but there's reasons for all of it. If you look closely, you have to read between the lines. You know, when they say, oh, COVID-19 is not a man-made virus. You know, I mean, they're going out of their way to make clear to you that you understand that they're telling you. They're not saying this is what is. They're telling you COVID-19 is not a man-made virus. Don't forget it.
Okay, I think we are ready. Do we have Pete?
Hey.
Hi, Pete.
Hey, man.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good.
What's up, man?
Can you hear him okay, Craig?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
I am doing good. How about you, Pete? How are you doing?
There I am.
You looking good, man?
Bro.
So, still no haircut, huh?
No.
Ha!
I'm really interested in what you were just talking about with the COVID shit. What were you just saying? Elaborate on that a little more, please.
Well, I just played a video clip at the beginning of the show because I went to go press some weed, and the thing was taking longer to heat up than I expected it to. So I had to play a clip at the beginning to give me a couple extra minutes so I could press some weed. And in the clip, they go out of their way to make clear that all the intelligence agencies agree that the COVID-19 is not a man-made virus. So it seems like to me Number one, whatever the news says, you believe the opposite. But number two, when they go out of their way to say, no, this is what the truth is, people. It was the 19 hijackers that brought down the Twin Towers.
What I will say about a lot of this, Mike, is I studied viruses and bacteria and pathology and all that shit in college, and what I've learned through all this shit is that none of us know anything about viruses or disease, really, not as much as we thought we knew.
Right, but we do know something about the news and the Pentagon and this government, and when they start saying, oh, don't look behind the curtain, there's nothing to see there, we need to look behind that motherfucking curtain right now. And that's the truth with this government. And I look, Pete, can you explain somehow why there's 3 million cases of COVID-19 in the world, and 1 million of them are in the United States, and the United States only has 5% of the world's population? You got any idea about that, Pete? Any opinion on that?
Yeah, because we quite simply are the best, Mike. We are the hub of the cultural world. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Pure and simple. We're the heart of the world economy. The U.S. of motherfucking A. We should be proud of that as Americans, because we are the shit, and we're driving this whole fucking planet. And let's not ever fucking forget it. And fucking cheers to that, mateys, to all my proud Americans out there.
Well, I don't want to, look, I don't trust this fucking government. I don't trust the Pentagon. I don't trust the media. They all are obviously in cahoots to fuck the American people, dude. And I don't know how you can go, ooh-rah, we're the best, knowing that that's what the truth is.
Well, I think that I agree with you. I don't trust our government, or I agree with everything you just said. But I think that our response to this pandemic has been, not great, but pretty acceptable. I kind of agree. Trump's been he didn't today. He didn't extend the federal lockdown today. He's saying, let the fucking states deal with it. That's how it should be. All the states on a case-by-case basis should deal with it how they see fit. And, Fauci's saying, that when they asked him on the news, how do you feel about this? He's like, he wasn't even, he agreed. He's like, the states should, on a case-by-case basis, deal with it. And what we need to see, he looks at everything from a scientific basis, and what you want to see before you start reopening the economy and everything. He said you want to start to see a dip at first, a percentage of, I can't fucking forget. Within 7 days, you need to see a decrease in cases before you can start to, reopen. That's what he said. And so all the states need to, be careful when they reopen. Just make sure that when you reopen, you're ready to, and you have all the resources available. There's a lot of states that, I don't know, maybe are being a little overeager or not. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, the West Coast seems to be still on lockdown. A lot of the places are still on lockdown. I think, but what I'm hearing now is that Sweden is the right model, where you don't lock everybody down and you let people get exposed to this. Because I believe that's what the WHO said today.
A lot of people are dying in Sweden too, dude.
Right, and that's what they said. That's what the WHO said today, is that Sweden is the correct model.
Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, we're doing the same fucking thing here, dude. We're really doing the same thing that Sweden's doing. Sweden's doing herd immunity, and there's a lot of people dying in Sweden, and there's a lot of people fucking dying here too. So we're really doing the same fucking thing that they're doing, but we're trying to pretend like we're trying to, which we are trying to mitigate, but really it's. I think our response was a little too late. So
Michael, turn your audio down.
Yeah, I can't hear shit.
Whatever.
Pete's volume is not very loud.
No, I can't hear nada, nothing.
Oh, when Pete talks, you can't hear him talk?
I don't hear nothing on the phone. My volume's all the way down.
On your phone?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. No, he can't hear. He can't hear. What's up, Michael? We got Michael on the phone from Southern California, Pete.
Okay, I hear Michael now, but I don't hear Pete. Say something, Pete.
Hello.
Okay, he's a little muffled, but yeah, I'll just go ahead and talk, man. I'm just gonna listen.
Okay. So, look, I'm just saying, what I've been saying all along, is that we're here, we're going to get through it. Look, obviously we're going to get through it. Look at how it's happening. And if we had just fucking stayed cool and said we're going to get through this, and we don't have to shut everything down, and we don't have to fucking do a multi-trillion dollar bailout of everything.
Dude, all that shit was really stupid because all the rich people just took the money anyway. It was
right.
Really fun.
Yeah, well, that's the first I've heard of it, that the WHO came out supporting Sweden's model. Because just the other day, it was being...
Wait, who just joined the call? Who is this? I don't know.
Michael from Southern California.
Okay, hi Mike, how you doing?
Hey Pete, it's good to see your face. I can put a face on the voice I've been hearing. But that's the first I heard of the WHO came out with it today. I'm not even sure if they're right about doing that yet. I think we got to wait a couple weeks before we find out if they're right or not.
Well, I have a clip about it. I'll play it in a minute or two.
Cool.
Yeah. So, but I mean, look.
Dude, why am I so big on the screen?
Did you see?
Can you
Look,
put me like in the corner.
Did you see this? Did you see this thing about Israel hospital treating COVID-19 with cannabis? Did you see that?
You were the first person that I saw talk about
video was done, and you were just getting on the line, so I didn't see the video, but I know the content of it. In other words, all the Israelis are a bunch of fucking stoners eating fucking marijuana cookies all the time.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Bro, hold the fuck on. This is even why I called in the first fucking place. All right, check this shit out.
Nice. What are those?
Ooh!
Are those piggies? Are those bears or piggies or what are those?
Oh, bro, let me give you a little show and tell. I got some gemstones. Huh? I got some gemstones.
That's a lot of fucking gummies, man.
Yeah, nice.
Ooh! All right, I got,
the blue tetrahedron.
Do not eat the blue tetrahedrons. The blue tetrahedrons are bad. Okay?
You can piece them together.
Ah!
Oh, it's just a little dolphin.
That's a puzzle piece.
Nice.
A little dolphin.
Awesome, Pete.
You got the classic bear.
Beauty.
Everyone loves the classic
nickname, guys.
I mean, we got ducks. You want to go swimming. We got, the classic. My favorite. My go-to. This is my go-to.
The piggy.
Pig.
The piggies look pretty cool, man.
I love to eat pigs. And it might be a subconscious thing. I don't know.
Hey, Craig, were you saying something?
I got lots of other fun bits.
What are you saying,
got
Craig?
Mangoes.
I was saying Pete needs a nickname. We need to call him like Heisenberg, like the guy from Breaking Bad that made the blue crystal meth. We're going to call Pete the Heisenberg of the gummy industry with his blue turquoise gummies. The Iceman. There you go.
Oh, another one of my favorites, the octopus.
Ooh, cool. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a big bag of gummies. Bro. All I got is this lame beef jerky.
So good. So good.
So, okay, again, now you guys haven't heard about the cannabis being used as a treatment for the COVID-19. So I'm pointing it out to everyone. But the reason that you haven't heard of it, and you'd think that you would hear of this, like the way people love to be, oh, look at this stupid thing they're doing with cannabis now. You think you would hear about it, but all they want is this. I believe this whole COVID-19 fuck up is about making someone rich with a fucking vaccine. So if fucking cannabis actually works to get rid of COVID-19 or whatever it is they're using it for, I pointed this out weeks ago that they're talking about inflammation of the lungs. Cannabis is a known anti-inflammatory. I pointed this out weeks ago. Now they're treating. The reason they're not pointing it out is because they got to make somebody's rich, and if they tell you you can fucking fix this with cannabis, you know what that means? You're gonna go grow your own fucking medicine, and that's what the thing that they're the most terrified of about marijuana becoming legal is that you're gonna start growing your own medicine. Go ahead.
There's this other antiviral drug they're all talking about, Mike. I think that's what everyone's really talking about, not the vaccine.
Right. That's why they're talking about it. That's why they're not talking about cannabis, is because they want to focus on this thing that's going to make trillions of dollars, because absolutely every single person in the world will be required to take it. Right? So, and if you could grow the same thing in your backyard and not take their fucking voodoo witches brew, or something, if you can take something that you know is safe, that you grew in your backyard, why the fuck would you take their voodoo witches brew? And this
holistic medicine treats the underlying disease, and then Western medicine treats the symptoms, and that's the division between the two different systems of medicine. Is if you're just treating the symptoms, you're going to have continuous patients, and if you're actually treating and curing disease itself, there goes one more patient. There goes money out the door. So there's no incentive on Western medicine, the way it's set up, to cure disease. They want to keep people coming back and give me a pill, doctor.
Well, I say this all the time. I don't trust for-profit medicine because they have an alternative motive. They're not there to make you well. That's why I don't trust for-profit medicine. They're there to make themselves rich. That's why they're there. Go ahead, Pete.
Do you guys think that the Bernie Sanders model of like a nationalized healthcare system is the alternative to that?
You're gonna have to answer that, Mike. I didn't quite get the question.
Well, he's asking if a Medicare for all, Bernie Sanders alternative is the way to go for is the alternative to this what we have now. Damn it, where'd that go? I lost my fucking shit.
An entire overhaul of Western medical principles and Western medical institutions. Fuck Bernie Sanders and fuck Medicare for all. If you're not changing the entire system, you're just going to get more dumb fucks going into the hospital saying, "Give me a pill, give me a pill," and eventually the country will go broke because they're funding a bunch of hypochondriacs. So you got to change the whole consideration of medicine itself. It's got to become more holistic and less. I think it's allopathic is the correct word. I could be wrong.
I think we have one of the best medical systems in the world. I think it's just in the grasp of a horrific for-profit private industry that's milking the public at the same time.
But they're also hypnotizing the doctors and giving doctors monetary incentive to pass out pills and vaccines and so-called medicine that is not good for the patient itself. That's part of Western medicine, and that's a very big part that needs to be changed.
And then they tell us for how many generations that marijuana has no medicinal qualities, dude. That's the real problem. They have zero credibility. They have zero credibility.
You can thank DuPont for that, because DuPont and William Randolph Hearst, they were the major players.
I'm not going to thank DuPont. I'm going to thank the mainstream media and the medical community for the last fucking multiple generations of insisting that marijuana, that cannabis has zero medicinal qualities, okay? The American Medical Association, not DuPont, came out year after year after year after year to say the same fucking shit over and over again.
Mike, we can't really say that anymore, Mike, because the medical marijuana industry is essential in the midst of this pandemic.
Not
Those
just medical
dispensaries are
marijuana,
still
not just medical marijuana. Recreational marijuana is also essential.
Well, all marijuana use is medicinal use.
Well, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't mean to point at you. I'll give you the Clinton thumb next time.
But it was widespread. Cannabis indica medicine was widespread before 1930, before William Randolph Hearst and DuPont waged their war against all cannabis. You know, your white women are gonna fuck black men if you take
okay,
cannabis.
but that doesn't mean that the fucking doctors have to fucking put their blinders up and go, oh, there's no medicinal quality to marijuana. You're a fucking liar and you know it. And the reason you're a liar is because you have multiple fucking house payments and multiple fucking car payments. And if people start growing their own medicine, you will not be able to make those fucking payments. And so fuck William Randolph Hearst and fuck fucking DuPont. I don't give a fuck. Okay, we're here now, and what I've seen for the last fucking my lifetime is that these cunts who had the chance to speak out and say, of course marijuana has medicinal qualities, said just the opposite, and they did it solely for money.
Let me see your guitar, man. What are you playing?
Okay, I'm gonna fucking rant on if you're not gonna fucking answer me. Go ahead.
Well, happy 420, man. Don't be so angry. Eat some marijuana.
I need a bong hit. You guys are
Hello, L.A. Lola.
I'm not angry, dude. That should be obvious to everyone. I just wish that people could accept the fact that I'm not out here playing games. I've been fucking spot on from the beginning.
Well, you're not going to get any fight out of me because I think we're on the same fucking page in regards to marijuana and a bunch of other fucking things. But, you know, it's a cultural change and a psychological change that needs to go on. And there's just too much corruption and too many fucking right-wing conservative type people that think Jesus is going to come and marijuana is evil and only people with suits and ties are good people and all the brown people are bad and all the people with turbans are bad and don't be poor in America because that means you're a bad person.
A lot of people think I'm a bad person.
You're like an evil wizard, Mike. You're an evil wizard.
I'm just trying to do what's right, man. This is what I know how to do.
Well, you're doing it well, my friend. So I guess we're all kind of on the same page as far as marijuana goes. I think I'm the least stoned of the bunch, maybe, but I'll catch up with you guys.
Oh, Craig keeps fucking flashing fucking Pete. So Pete's like, what?
I'm not flashing him anything you guys would think we're flashing. I'm showing him old school behind the scenes stuff from what we've talked about, those old school days of public access television, and he's laughing his ass off. You guys on the YouTube show, you just can't see it. I'm sorry.
I didn't expect it. Yeah. Craig on the sides.
You would have liked that show, Pete.
Fucking push shots.
You would have liked that show.
Craig, I didn't know you were like that, bro.
I kept going. I keep telling Rufus, man. If Rufus was back there in the day, Rufus would have been like so popular. Because he would have been on that show every day or every week. But whatever. He's on this show every week now. So again, you guys, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Look, this is what I have going on. This is what I do, and I've been spot on. And it's always been about just trying to do what's right by you. It's never been about me. It's never been about look at how smart I am. I'm the only one who knows what's right. It's always been just keep the right attitude and keep moving forward, and hopefully we'll all get there together.
Always look on the bright side of life.
It's not even that. I mean, but there is a bright side. There is always a bright side right there waiting for you. I mean, you don't have to be trapped in some kind of never-ending fucking soap opera tragedy, because so many people seem to be trapped in that. I mean, I pointed out again and again, life is a never-ending tragedy, but you don't have to be trapped in it.
You never feel as groovy as when you're starring in your own movie.
That rhymes.
Yeah. A wizard wrote that one. So, stay away from the soap operas and stick to the fucking sagas where you're the hero of your own story. No fucking soap operas.
Yeah. The soap opera, I mean, that's where fucking, the first Star Trek series was great, right? But it was always just like adventure and action and, making out with fucking alien chicks and stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
But then they get into this fucking, like, the next generation, and it's just this never-ending fucking soap opera of interpersonal relationships. Who the fuck wants that in their sci-fi? Come on, give me a break.
I mean, I'm always really, I get
Holy
angry when
shit!
friendship rears its ugly head in my life. It's like, I don't want any friends. Don't be friendly to me, man. I don't want a relationship with you, man. That's the way I'm at, Like,
wow.
What does God need with a starship?
Well, I have
Holy
a problem
shit.
with, God and starships, so you know.
Wow. Mike was
It's all
fucking
good.
hot back in the day.
So I'm chilling here. The sun is going down, and I guess it must be 9 or 10 o'clock in Rhode Island. So just another day. I had some shit happen, but I'm not going to tell you about it.
Oh yeah, somebody get mad at you because you weren't wearing a mask?
Who knows?
Craig, what the fuck? You cut me off, bro?
Too much drama.
No.
In the conversation, you fuck?
No, you're right there, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're blathering on. You're the one who's not part of the fucking conversation.
We got a little sideshow going on. I was showing Pete some of the old school photos from back in the day.
Craig's fucking with me, dude.
If we're done with Pete, Pete's just having fun. His 15 seconds of fame has gone on to like 20 minutes now, so he's earned it, though.
We're glad you're here, Pete.
Well, on this day, a certain number of years ago, Adolf Hitler committed suicide, and the Russians and the Americans stormed into Berlin to divide it up, and thus was the Cold War started.
Yay. Well, and now we're here with the influenza war instead of the Cold War. Ha ha.
Yeah, I'm surprised the WHO made that statement.
It wasn't the WHO. They didn't actually make a statement. It was one of the guys who's like a actual
doctor.
He's one of the people who's one of the head guys in the WHO, and he was saying that that Sweden seems to be looking like the way to go now.
Well, I don't know how they could come to that conclusion so quickly, because they were just questioning that a few days ago.
Right, because they're fucking full of shit. This whole fucking deal is fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, well, they're going to just try to sweep the elephant in the room underneath the rug. And I'm just want to keep encouraging people to keep taking that elephant out from under the rug and keep stand it up in the center of the room and point your finger at it from now until the day you die, it's like, we don't need biolabs. We don't need the military industrial complex. The largest transfer of wealth just went down a month or two ago, and let's not forget that fucking rancid looking dribbling elephant in the fucking room that stinks like shit called globalism, international banking, and the American government, etc.
Huh. Well, I'm not forgetting stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, good, man. Just keep pointing it out, because we're not even halfway through this cycle of abuse, and it is a cycle of abuse. They abused us by letting the virus go. They abused us by developing it. They abused us by lying about it in the first place. They abused us by enriching the rich people under the guise of helping the poor people, and they're abusing us by continuing to lie about it. It's it's just like every issue in life. It's got to be dealt with, because you can't just sweep shit under the rug. It's just going to come back and haunt you. And we haven't seen half of it yet. It's like we haven't seen the homelessness and the suicides and the lower classes growing in numbers, and the middle class is shrinking even more in numbers. We haven't seen the foreclosures yet, so all that stuff is yet to come. We're still dealing with trying to figure out what the fucking disease is and what to do about it.
It's not true, though. Okay? I mean, they know what it is. They already know how to fucking fix it. They're trying to get the timing right for the peak fear, so everybody understands that they all have to take the virus, like the fucking vaccine.
I want to talk to the science of that. And remember yesterday I was telling you how if you just let the disease go through the population, every single immune system changes the virus in some way, and then it's passed on to another human, and that immune system changes it in some way, and a herd immunity is developed. But their idea of a herd immunity is to take this stuff that is produced in a petri dish that hasn't been through a million different immune systems, and they inject it into a million or a billion, 7 billion different people. And then those 7 billion people got to deal with this petri dish putrefaction shit they just injected into your arm. And that's way worse than letting it go through the population naturally, because you're just starting the cycle up again if you get injected. And the people that have their flu shots, they're doubly susceptible to sickness and death from the COVID-19 virus itself, which is mutating as we speak, as it goes through the population. So in that respect, Sweden is absolutely correct, because and they probably will, and that's probably something that doctor is talking about. If he didn't mention that in specific, he probably knows it in his mind, that it's always better to let these viruses pass through a million immune systems than it is to inject some petri dish.
Well, you know what? See, I think this is part of the plan where they go, okay, what you have to do is go and shelter in place, right? And then they keep a whole bunch of people, like 50% of the population or 70% of the population, from actually getting the antibodies. And then they go, okay, it's safe to come out. And then, or summer comes and everybody comes out and they go, oh, look, they haven't been exposed. And then they get exposed and then a whole bunch of people get sick again. And they go, oh, fall is here and it's that's worse than ever, right? So, not that I'm trying to spread fear. All I'm saying is that I just, these people are just so not trustable. And no, the plan is not good to fucking shelter in place. It's never been tested, and it appears not to be working very well.
Yeah, it's a panic attack infiltrated upon the population by the government, and Since when has government been good at anything? And nobody can name one thing the government has actually ever been good at, except for waging war and killing people and being deceptive. That's the only thing the government, and wasting money. That's the only thing the government is good at. They're not good at medicine. They're not good at organization. They're not good at being truthful. They're not good at humanitarian shit. They're not good at anything. So if you trust your government, hey, you might as well just, light a candle and pray to Thor or Jesus or Buddha or somebody, because you're going to have just as much luck. You'll have more luck praying than you will trusting your government.
This government is evil, man. What's happening?
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean we have to. There's nothing I can do right now about the government being evil, except talk to you, and that's a little tiny thing. But I can own my life. I can relax in my life. I can be conscious and try to work my way through this economic.
Well, if we have a discussion about the government being evil, and it's a public discussion, and it's a logical discussion, and other people are able to see, that, again, I don't want you to get angry, okay? There's reason to be angry. I'm sure you're plenty angry already. The reason that I say that is because it's not good for you, and it lowers your IQ from what I've seen. I mean, we've all seen people do really stupid things when they're angry, but even more so, it's even simpler to spell out than that. Let's say that you're the dad of your 3.2 point family, nuclear family, and if you're angry, is that a better for your family or not? If you're the mom of the same family, if you're angry, is that better for your family or not? Is it better for you? Are you going to have a better life? No, don't get angry. Recognize the real fucking enemy. Okay? Stop buying into the programming. Recognize the real enemy. And then come together and make sure other people recognize the enemy. And then once we can all recognize the real enemy, which isn't ISIS, it isn't China, it isn't Russia, it isn't the extraterrestrials, okay? It's this fucked up government with this fucked up media and this fucked up for-profit medical industrial complex and the for-profit prison industrial complex and the for-profit military industrial complex. We're fucked because of those evil fucking cunts. Okay? And that's not who we are. We're not evil fucking cunts. We just want to go through life and have this little something for us that we can enjoy. We don't got to have castles and Ferraris and all the Playboy bunnies we can bang. If we could just have this little piece of nothing that you'll never miss, if I could just have that for me, and they won't even let us have that.
Well, Pete, when I first tuned in and got on with you guys, Pete was talking about America, America, America. America is the best, and we're the best. And in a sense, the rest of the world really does look at us for cultural stereotypes and rock and roll shows and music and who's the best singer and Dancing with the Stars and television and Hollywood and great movies, and we make great movies. And so the rest of the world does look at us. And if you remember during Occupy Wall Street that swept over our nation.
And around the world.
And around the world, we got so much support here in America from every other Occupy France, Occupy Paris, Occupy London, Occupy Istanbul. I mean, I was in touch with fucking Tokyo. I was in touch with 50 cities not in the United States. And so they do know enough not to confuse the American population with the American government. They around the world, the people of the world are for us, American people who are speaking out. We are rebellious. I hate to use that word, but we are the radicals. We are the ones we've been waiting for, the ones trying to change the planet. And I see that around the world also, like the Yellow Vests. That's a big badass movement, the Yellow Vests. I hope they're still out there. I haven't heard nothing from them for a couple weeks. But, there's lots of people all over the world trying to change their corner of it, And, our government's fucked up, but we're not our government. And so the more people who look at the American government as the enemy, as the one trying to control us, and the more people who fight that, the better our chances of winning.
As the only true threat to your personal freedom. That's the facts.
It's not the brown-skinned people in the Middle East, and it's not the slanty-eyed people in the Far East. It's not the Russians. It's not the South Americans. It's the governments that always seek to rule the people, and power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And the best example of that is Bolsonaro. He's pretty much got absolute power in Brazil. Trump,
I think Nancy Pelosi, I think all these people, especially the females that are now endorsing Joe Biden and acting like, he's the greatest. He's the best thing that we could come up with in the Democratic Party. Amongst, rape allegations, sexual assault allegations, and it's just the beginning, and no one would even be talking about it except for, again, he's now the nominee. Like I said, the second he becomes nominee, all they want to talk about is the COVID-19, but they got to bring this up because, they can, and it's not going to stop ever as long as Joe Biden's in the limelight. And these people, this Nancy Pelosi, when you talk about this power thing and them being so fucking corrupt, these people are so head up their own ass that they think that somehow they can get away with the hypocrisy of Joe Biden, in the Me Too movement, amongst allegations of assault. And go, and not look hypocritical, and not look two-faced, and not look like, complete and utter sellouts, right? So, but it's solely because their heads are so far up their ass, they're so fucking high up in the clouds that they're completely out of touch with reality.
They're oligarchs, man. They're
completely out of touch with reality that they think they can just say this stuff, and that makes it okay. It doesn't matter.
Smile. Put a little yellow ribbon on your lapel for the AIDS people or the missing in action people. It's all slogans and flags and bullshit. That's what it is. But, Jesse Ventura is exploring a run as far as this 2020 election with the Green Party. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I haven't seen him. Haven't seen any video of him talking about it. But I saw an article yesterday, I think Tuesday I saw something about it.
Yeah, so that's a pretty radical move, and I know Jesse Ventura doesn't want to waste his time. So
look, who's going to give him any attention? RT?
I don't know. We will, but I don't know. It's a long shot. He's the dark horse in the race if he decides to join it. But for all I know, the stuck-up New Age dumb fucks that run the Green Party will say, hell no, you're too radical for us. We believe in flowers and ecosystems, and you believe in government conspiracies.
He's talking out his fucking ass. He's talking out his fucking ass, dude. He must have a book coming out or something. So he's like, oh, let's get some attention for Jesse, and then right around the election or just before the election, he'll have a book come out and be like, oh, well, I couldn't run this time, but maybe next time. And it's the same bullshit that fucking Newt Gingrich pulls every fucking election. Oh yeah, I'm gonna run for president, and he runs, and he fucking it's solely to sell his fucking book. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have such a kind of sardonic opinion of Jesse Ventura. I think I don't think he's in it for the fame. He's living the life down in Mexico, and he's just like eating tacos, drinking beer, and probably smoking dope. And I think his wife had cancer, was cured by or epilepsy or something, and was cured by marijuana. And he's a fucking Marine. He's a badass guy. He was in a motorcycle gang. He was a good governor of Minnesota. He was under scrutiny by the CIA and the FBI. And it just doesn't strike me as like the Rosie O'Donnell of fucking presidential candidates. I think if he thought that he had a chance, he would do it for the American people.
If he's doing it for the American people, why didn't he start talking about it 6 months ago and get some fucking airtime? Get his fucking voice out there.
Because of the sheepdog, dude. The sheepdog. Sheepdog stole everything and then they bowed out. Bah,
yeah.
Bernie.
Yeah.
Bernie's a pussy.
Yeah.
But Jesse Ventura ain't a pussy. That's a pretty good part of my point. That's not my whole point, but Jesse Ventura is not a pussy.
No, but he is a businessman, and I'm telling you, they do this fucking I'm gonna run for president thing to sell books.
I bet you he don't have a book. I bet you it's just like he's not on RT anymore. I don't even know. Maybe somebody knows better than me. Maybe he's got his own fucking channel, and I don't know about it. Does he? Is that true?
I don't know. You know what? Jesse Ventura, I posted 2 videos. I posted like 15 videos of his fucking RT show, and they nearly, from fucking like weeks and weeks of shows, and they nearly took down my fucking channel with 10,000 videos on it. After I make a video saying it's not Russia, it's not Russia, it's not Russia. That was the literal title of the video, and then fucking 2 months later, Russia Today is gonna fucking give me 2 copyright strikes, leaving me hanging by a thread, an archive of 11,000 videos. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? And it was both Jesse Ventura videos. And I'm like, Jesse Ventura, I made a video on camera why I will never post another Jesse Ventura video for the rest of my life if that's what Jesse wants. Because I've been there the whole time, posting fucking every fucking book about Jesse, his whole agenda. Jesse wants this, Jesse says this, Jesse says that. Jesse on the motherfucking View. Jesse schools the girls, the ladies of the View. Okay, again and again, I've been there. And then some bitch ass fucking punk nobody fucking tried to take down this amazing archive of videos because he's fucking jealous about how many goddamn views Mox News is getting. I can't stand these fucking people no more.
Eat a cookie, Mike. Eat a cookie, man. It'll be okay.
I'm still here, dude. They've been trying to get rid of me forever. Okay? And I'm still here. And I come out every day and I have an overwhelming positive attitude.
I don't think it was Jesse Ventura. I think it was RT. Dude.
I know exactly who it was. Some fucking little art school douchebag that through nepotism got to fucking manage the fucking RT social media account. And they're like, how? And somebody who was his supervisor was like, how come Mox News is getting more fucking views on our Jesse fucking videos than we are? And he went fucking, I don't know, but I'll take care of it. And tried to take down my fucking page. Instead of going, well, sir, Mox News is probably getting a bunch of views that we would otherwise not get. So he is actually helping RT disseminate the information that RT pays billions and billions of dollars to fucking disseminate. You fucking clueless bunch of fucking idiots! Jesus fucking Christ! How stupid are you? So goddamn short-sighted! Your job is disseminate information. Yeah, I'm getting more views than you. I'm very good at it. Fuck. What?
Yes. yes, everything will be okay, Mike. You're not going to lose your channel, and even if you do, we'll start a new one. We'll call it the Joker channel, and I promise you, I'll put my makeup on and my big red smile, and I'll dress up in a checkered suit, and we'll have some really fine entertainment, and we'll go global, and we'll make lots of money. I swear, I'll do that if Jesse Ventura fucks with you one more time, or any art.
Jesse, I'm not going to give Jesse Ventura the option to fuck with me. You know? That's why I made a video saying I will never post if that's what I'm telling you, for years, faithfully, every fucking piece of Jesse Ventura video I could get, other than his fucking, show about on whatever that fucking True Network was or whatever, where he was doing the fucking, the whatever. The conspiracy theory stuff, I don't post that shit, but I post interview after interview of him. I post book tour after book tour of him, and then fucking after years of doing that faithful work, some fucking douchebag and his tribe tried to take my ass down.
You could be correct in your assessment of Jesse Ventura, because it just crossed my mind. That motherfucker's been living down in Mexico for years, and he still doesn't speak Spanish. So what kind of a numbnuts motherfucker is too lazy to learn an easy language like Spanish? And you're down there, you have the opportunity to talk it and live it and eat it and breathe it every fucking day.
And get a 19-year-old tutor that wears a bikini every fucking day. Go ahead.
Yeah. Get your own fucking sombrero. Señor Jesse. Dame la pinche mota, Señor Jesse. So, it's like, dude, you're down there for at least 4 fucking years. You got a mansion.
Oh, he's been down there. He's been down there for almost 20 years, dude.
Dude, he's got a mansion built by guys that were probably trained by me, or something similar to that. And it's like, how do you communicate with these people if the only word you know is cerveza, man? Cerveza. It's like, dude. I didn't go to school to learn Spanish. I worked with Mexicans to learn Spanish, and I learned it very well. So if you're down there for a decade and the only word you know is cerveza, maybe you're not so fucking smart, So you could be right about Jesse. Maybe he's not smart enough to be fucking president.
I didn't say that. What I said is that he's a businessman and that he does this in order to increase his financial wealth. That's why he's saying, I'm going to run for president. It's not a sincere thing. It's just that he knows he'll make more book sales. I guarantee you he's going to come out with the book, dude. You watch.
Well, you could be right. So I'm just thinking, at first when I heard he was thinking about running, I was thinking, okay, finally got a fucking way far out third rail candidate. Now I'm thinking, oh, maybe Jesse Ventura ain't the right guy. Maybe, I don't know. I'd vote for Vermin Supreme at this point,
Well, I would always vote for Vermin Supreme. If I saw him on the ballot, it didn't matter what the fuck he was running for. That would be my very first check every time. It's look, I used to like Jesse a lot, and then this shit went down, and I don't post any more RT videos, and again, all I was doing was helping them disseminate the information that they spend billions of dollars disseminating, and it's pretty fucking stupid and short-sighted of them to somehow think that I'm ripping them off.
Yeah, well, I don't have that problem, it's got to be tricky. I do know Adam Green, and I know that on his live streams he's allowed to get away with more quote-unquote anti-Semitic stuff than some of his videos, and he's extremely careful with his language, and I haven't actually seen, I kind of been ignoring not True News, but his fucking channel. Been ignoring his channel for about a month now, but I don't think he's, there's a lot of tricky shit and a lot of suppression. And it's not just the Jewish stuff and the anti-Semitic stuff that's being suppressed anymore. It's like science. It's like, oh, you can't talk about COVID-19, you know, if it's not coming from the WHO, Doctor Who, you know. It's like, Doctor Who is not the world's final authority on COVID-19. We need every fucking voice, and we need to examine every bit of information, and most especially, we need to not forget about the elephant in the room. And I don't know for sure, but I would bet you that the World Health Organization is sticking to the cover story, which is bats to pangolins to a wet market in Wuhan, and they're forgetting every other origin story. And if they got the capacity to genetically analyze under an electron microscope whether or not that fucking virus was man-made, how come they're not doing that like other doctors are? And they're saying, hey, this fucking virus is man-made. I can see the markers on it. This doesn't occur in nature. You don't hear the WHO saying that. So fuck the World Health Organization. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. I want the truth. You need me on that wall. You want me on that wall.
They don't, you know, I mean, the truth is not a likely outcome from this, but I just want, look, the truth is that we know that there are labs in our country that our country funds around the world creating very disgusting things just like this COVID-19 that could easily wipe out the entire population of the earth, man, woman, child, every little creature, and to what purpose does that serve? Right? I mean, how dare anyone think it's a good idea to have something like that sitting on a shelf somewhere? Okay.
That's the elephant in the room. Yeah. I don't want that to get swept under the rug.
Right. That has to be the focus of where this goes, not, you know, the cure, whatever. I mean, that's why I played this video at the beginning where they say, you know, the COVID-19 intelligence agencies agree the COVID-19 is not man-made in big capital letters across the screen in quotes. It's this thing. These things she does protest too much. I mean, they're like, no, really, fuck you. You know, I'm not buying it. I mean, I know who you are. We've been down this path before.
Yeah. So they.
And now they're doing this shit, right? Besides that whole, intelligence agencies agree that it was not created in a lab. Fuck you. But also, they're doing this thing, China. Like it's all China's fault. And I'm pretty sure that's a whole lot more of a bullshit, dude. I think they're partially the reason that why there's so many more COVID-19 positive people in America, possibly, is because it was released here first. Go ahead.
Possibly, yeah, you could be right. Like I said before, there seems to be three strains, A, B, and C. They on the West Coast we got A. It looks like they got B or C on the East Coast. New York, Iran, Italy, and Spain seem to have C or B. China had B, and America had A. So the West Coast had A. So the bullshit coming out of the song and dance man who's doing his little song and dance for the CIA, but he technically he works for the World Health Organization, but he's quoting the intelligence agencies. Well, fuck the intelligence agencies. Since when does the guy that shot you with the bullet going to cop to the fact that he shot you with the bullet? He's going to get rid of the fucking gun and say the hippie did it over there. The intelligence agencies are covering up the fact that they let this fucking virus loose, that they fund the fucking Chapel Hill, Fort Detrick,
when they say it's not created in a lab, what they're saying is we don't do stuff like that. There's no labs. There was never labs. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
There's no man behind the curtain.
Yeah, there's no labs.
Powerful
Those don't even exist. What are you talking about?
So don't swallow the bullshit.
Which is what I've been saying all along.
Yeah, man. So I'm just going to keep at it. And so are you. And so, I don't know why people believe people in suits and ties. I don't know why people believe people in white coats. I could put a white coat on and just do a little song and dance for people, and they believe it. It's like if I was a good actor, But fuck that shit. Fuck all the bullshit. Let's just...
I could put a fucking cop haircut on and shave my fucking beard and put on my little Clark Kent fake journalist glasses and a fucking tie and a white shirt and come out here and fucking do this like either way, liberals are all right, or fucking liberals are all evil, as long as I just stayed on that one fucking focus and make all the fucking money I wanted. Okay?
Yeah, like Rush Limbaugh.
Fucking people would just fucking send me all the fucking money I wanted. It'd just be fucking pouring down all over me. And it wouldn't matter which side I picked. Because, he's on our side. But you know what? Those people aren't on your side. Okay? I don't come out here and pick a fucking side. You know why? Because I truly am on the people's side. Not some fucking bullshit Republicans, liberals. That's such fake crap. You know why? You know why you're not hearing about cannabis being used to treat COVID-19 in Israeli hospital? You know why? Because there is no liberal media. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, they got that covered.
There isn't any liberal media. They're just fucking people who act like they're the liberal media, talking to stupid people who believe, this is the people that are communicating to us, the liberals. They're looking out for us.
These are the bad guys.
Yeah.
These are the good guys.
Right.
And
there's no fucking conservative media either, except for the fucking, never-ending wars and the fucking never-ending police state, ever-growing police state. The police need to be bolstered even more now. We got to get the LRAD weapons out on the street, Yeah,
it's a never-ending stream of vanilla-flavored bullshit with a couple of black reporters thrown in for political reasons. It's like we got to have our token black guy.
And homos. And homos is, it's the 21st century, dude. You got to include the homos.
Beat Brett Chugg. He's a homo.
You got to include... Look, here. The homos have fucking extra money, okay? They don't have kids. They don't fucking, they get better educations. They have extra money. We got to include the homos, dude.
I am a meat popsicle, Mike.
Me too. That's one of the best identifications I've ever heard.
Hey, well, you know what movie that comes from?
No. Lulu Dallas?
No, The Fifth Element, when Bruce Willis is in his room and the police come up and they put your hands in the yellow circles and identify yourself, and Bruce Willis says, I am a meat popsicle.
He says, are you human? Are you human? He says, no, I am a meat popsicle. Yeah, Lulu Dallas, that was the name of Mila Jovovich.
Oh, yeah, she's a bit multipass.
Lulu Dallas, multipass.
I am Supreme Being. A Supreme Being.
I love her so much.
Yeah, she's a babe.
I mean, no. I mean, like, I want to worship her. I want to get down on my knees and worship her like the Supreme Being that she is.
She's pretty fucking supreme, man. You got to give her that.
She kicks ass too, man. I mean, she could throw a kick to your fucking temple and you would never see it coming.
Yeah, Supreme Being.
Yeah, Supreme Being, I agree.
Fifth Element, man. Ether. Love. Ether. So, yeah,
There's a strain called Fifth Element. I really want to grow it. I desperately want to put it into my lineup. I have plenty for now, but I have to get some of those seeds eventually.
Yeah, yeah. You got. I'm sure it's good. Thank God that we got serious people in the marijuana breeding business.
Yeah, it tests regularly at over 30%.
Oh no shit! Yeah. Wow, that's pretty. Fuck. One hit of that, man, you fucking be grooving for 2 hours.
Need a big fat dab, baby.
All right, Mike. Well, take care. I'll tune in for the rest of the show. I hope you got some good shit happening, and don't. Never mind the little stuff.
Yeah, whatever. Look, I'm good, dude. I mean, it should be pretty obvious. I'm trying my best to make clear to you, I'm not playing a game. I know I look happy and like I'm having fun, but I am standing up to the police state like few you have ever seen. And I've been doing it for fucking as long as there's been a YouTube, and I only do it not somehow for myself, but to do it because it's the right thing to do by everybody else.
Amen. Know? Stick it to the man, buddy. Stick it to the man.
Yeah. So.
All right. I'll talk to you later, brother. Take care.
Good to hear from you. Thanks for calling. Bye. That's our buddy Michael from Southern California, and I want to say thanks to Pete for the Skype jump in early there. Now, I really need to heat up the fucking bong an hour and 20 minutes later. Oh my God. I was like, I gotta press weed. I come out here, I'm like, okay, the flower press is almost heated up. It's taking longer than I expected. I go, okay, I got some weed. And I was like, fucking fuck. I gotta smoke some weed, man. I don't want to get the COVID-19, dude. You gotta eat your marijuanas and do your dabs, otherwise you're gonna get the COVID-19, man. Aren't you paying attention? Haven't you people been listening to what I've been telling you all along? Keeping a positive attitude whether you like it or not. Okay, so, what did I have? Oh, I'm going to go ahead. No, I'm not going to do that one yet. Oh, I have a pretty good thing about Chinese censorship here. I'm going to play this thing about Chinese censorship for you and heat up the bong. So get ready, tokers.
Senator Ted Cruz says American-made films that are subsidized with help from the Department of Defense should not be able to censor content for Chinese audiences. The Texas Republican said Tuesday he would introduce the Script Act, banning filmmakers from making such changes on films that were aided by the Pentagon with U.S. military equipment or advice. Any studio getting such help would not be able to self-censor films for the profitable but highly regulated Chinese market. Cruz told Politico, quote, "For too long, Hollywood has been complicit in China's censorship and propaganda in the name of bigger profits. The Script Act will serve as a wake-up call by forcing Hollywood studios to choose between the assistance they need from the American government and the dollars they want from China. Hollywood studios will often show a different cut of a film in China, sacrificing content for the ability to access a country with over 1.3 billion potential viewers. For example, the AP reported a U.S. studio either removed or muted scenes from the Freddie Mercury biopic Bohemian Rhapsody portraying sexuality and AIDS. CNN lists cleavage, time travel, and even excessive smoking is being banned by the Chinese. The Independent reported in 2017 the Department of Defense has worked with Hollywood on funding for over 800 movies, including Iron Man and The Terminator. A notable example is the Transformers franchise, where during one production, director Michael Bay was allowed to use U.S. military vehicles and aircraft in the film after the Pentagon helped rewrite the script, according to Wired. Politico reported Cruz's office said he would submit the bill in the next Senate session. For Newsy, I'm Josh Kransberg.
So again, I told you guys weeks ago that what I'm seeing is that they're saying the COVID-19 has I'm hearing inflammation, right? And I came out here and I told you guys cannabis is a known anti-inflammatory. So again, and now hospital in Israel is treating COVID-19 patients with cannabis. Okay, so I'm just saying, you know, it's not a game that I'm playing. I hope you guys don't think I'm just out here being some stoner guy talking out my ass about how much you need to eat marijuana. I know. I'm laughing, I'm taking tokes, I'm having fun because that's the example I want to set. I want to have fun. I want to enjoy my life. Don't you? So nice. Hope you guys could see that. It was so nice. I really enjoyed that. Thanks so much for that. Okay, so I really want to make the show about cannabis more. You know, when I see this stuff, when I see this thing about, you know, cannabis being used to treat COVID-19 patients, right? When I see this, what I think is I want, I see these people on the YouTube and they're growing weed or they have they have a channel about cannabis lifestyle, and I think, and I see at the beginning of their videos or in the text box of their videos, it says, we are not encouraging anyone to use cannabis. Uh, and I think, that's what I'm doing. I can't encourage you enough. I can't possibly encourage you enough to use cannabis. You're not eating enough marijuana, and I don't know how else more to show you that. But I think that maybe if I tried to focus more on cannabis, if I tried, because it's just so worth it. I mean, if these are the differences that it makes in your life, if it is genuinely the supplement that's missing. I mean, people take all these supplements, all these vitamins, all these different things. If this is the thing that's truly the most important supplement that's missing from your life, and it's incredibly simple and natural, and all you have to do is throw a couple seeds out in the backyard or plant them in a pot on your porch or maybe get a little light and put it in your closet, and you can grow this endlessly, something that you love, that makes a huge difference in your life instead of spending hundreds of dollars on supplements. Do they make a difference in your life? I mean, are they treating COVID-19 with the supplements that you're taking? Because they're treating it with the supplement that I'm taking. And, and as I said, and it's not just that. It's that, yesterday I played a video for you about how, the anxiety level, how doctors are treating people for anxiety more than ever. Like which means they're prescribing these garbage medicines. So that boom, I've played many videos talking about. Well, I played at least a couple of videos talking about how marijuana is one of the best things you can use to deal with anxiety. And in fact, 1 to 2 puffs of marijuana gets rid of anxiety within seconds. And I've shown you those studies, or most of anxiety. So, this is again. I see these cannabis lifestyle pages, these cannabis grow pages, and these people are, we're not encouraging people to grow marijuana. God, every fucking day, get out there and grow some weed, people. I mean, if it's legal where you're at and it's not going to cause you any trouble, fuck yes. Grow some pretty flowers that can make a difference not only in your life, but your neighbor's life or your mom's life or whoever's life that's important to you who really needs it, who really needs the help. It's there. It's a real thing that really works and is really genuinely safe. You're not going to get hooked on it. You're not going to get you're not going to get all these stupid fucking side effects. The side effects you're going to get are that, colors are brighter and music sounds sweeter and food tastes better and textures, feel amazing, you know. The sky is the most amazing blue color, you know. It's that simple. Having a cookie in the morning makes it that simple. And again, why I'm kind of saying the same thing that I said again and again is to emphasize this point. I see these cannabis channels and they're telling you we're not encouraging people to do this. Yes, I am. And you know why? Because I know in my pure heart of hearts that it's one of the best things that I can possibly introduce into your life. And I know other people know it too. And I know, people like Drunk Pete. I mean, he's thanked me so much because I said you have to be eating your marijuana. And now he's eating his marijuana and feels so much better. And it's that simple. He makes the most beautiful little gummies. He showed us samples earlier tonight on the Skype, which was really cool. I'm so jealous. I wish I had that big old bag of gummies in my in my hand. I'd be like, no, no, no. But so I can play videos all night long because I have just a fuck ton of videos ready to go. Ready. And one of the things that I have Biden videos where they're talking about these allegations, and I told you when Biden came out and announced that he was going to run for president, the day he announced for president, I made a video saying the title of the video is anyone who gives money to Joe Biden is an effing idiot. That's the title of the video, and I explain why in that on-camera video that the day he's going to become the nominee, that this stuff was going to come out, and that it was going to be endless, and it was going to be so bad that it wouldn't just be Fox News that's covering it. A couple of days ago or last week, I showed you a CBS story talking about Joe Biden and the assault allegations. I keep showing you Tucker clips. I have a clip tonight from ABC. You know, you guys like to call CNN the Clinton News Network. ABC is the real Clinton News Network. They are talking about it today. I have a clip from local news talking about it. And I could have clipped a whole bunch of other clips from other sources talking about it. And this is just the beginning. So I am going to play a clip. Oh, that's the one I just played about Chinese censors. I thought that clip about Chinese censors was interesting, and here is why. They said, that Ted Cruz he passed this law where, Pentagon funded movies can't be censored if China brings them into their theaters, right? Pentagon funded movies. Why is there Pentagon funded movies? Why is the Pentagon involved in our entertainment industry? I mean, I don't know if any of you have a problem with that, but if I had children, I'd have the biggest, most giant problem with it. And for whatever reason, people act like it's normal that there should be, soldiers coming out to junior highs and high schools and kind of getting the kids to consider the military as a option, you know which is pure evil. Again, the Pentagon, the government, pure fucking evil, and that's all they've done uh, in my entire lifetime. They lied us into the war in Vietnam, right? They lied us into the war in Iraq. And it's all I keep seeing. It's all I see now is the government lying, the media lying, the medical industrial complex lying, the judges lying, the police lying. And again, I don't want you to get angry. And I know I sound like a broken record. I don't want you to get angry. It's not going to help you get angry. What I want is to recognize the real enemy. Again, the police. The only real enemy to your personal freedom is this government and its police state. Not China, not Russia, not ISIS. They don't give a fuck about your personal freedom. I know you're a very important person and everything, and Russia spends all day thinking about you. But yeah, they're not the threat. You know who spends all day thinking about you is senators and congressmen who think that you have too much freedom, and that might somehow be a threat to the evil doings that they're going to continue to make happen and fund until they fucking go to prison. They have to go to prison. Not the Democrats, not the Republicans. Both the Democrats and the Republicans. Okay? All of them. Anybody who thinks it's okay to fund a lab that's going to create a disease like COVID-19 that's, only 10 times more powerful and going to kill half the population. This one's designed to kill only half the population. That way we have plenty of slaves left for the rich people that are still around. Because all the rich people are still going to be around because they already have the fucking vaccines. But if you had been listening to what I've been saying and eating your marijuanas, you are extra fortified. So it's not that it will prevent you from getting sick, but it may help. All I'm saying, I'm not saying it prevents you from getting sick. What I'm saying is, this is the best advice I know to give you. I'm saying, look at here there's a story about anxiety. Here there's a story about, fear, 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 fear. Of course the people are feeling heightened anxiety. Oh, there's a never-ending death count on the fucking television ticking up every fucking half hour. what is that supposed to do to the people? So I really, I'm gonna change a lot of the focus of what I'm doing. I think to more of a cannabis. This is why you need to eat your marijuanas. I know that I say it enough already, but I'm gonna find some way to make it interesting, and hopefully, you guys will want to continue to tune in and be part of what I'm doing. But again, I think the most important thing that I can do, I've never wanted to be a spokesperson for the cannabis lifestyle because of how I look. Not because I have gray hair or whatever, but because, I have long hair and a long beard. And oh, here, look, it's another fucking aging liberal hippie douchebag, gonna tell me how I'm not eating enough marijuana. Right? I never wanted to be the face of the cannabis culture. But I want to, I don't, again, what I try to do here on the YouTube with my social media is to be of the most benefit that I can possibly be to the people. Okay? And now what I'm seeing is I'm seeing more cannabis freedom, and I want to just encourage as many people as possible out there to explore that cannabis freedom to the fullest. So I'm going to put more energy into that in the coming days. Count on it. Because I think it's the best thing that I can do for the people. I think it's if I'm trying to do what's right by you and everyone, not the fucking Democrats. Again, if I wanted to come out here and make money off you, I fucking shave my beard, I shave my head, I get a fucking cop haircut, I'd fucking pick one side or the other. And I just harp on the fucking issues. Abortion. These people can't get enough abortions. Oh my God, they're killing babies day and night. People would be throwing money at me. And it's true. Okay? Instead, I come out here and I try to do what's right by you. Day after day after day after day. For years. And it's true. For years and years and years and years. And there's nothing that I'd rather do. There's no life that I'd rather have. I just, the news is so stupid anymore. And it's just so poisonous, it seems like. And it is designed to make you angry. And I mean, and I've been using it that way for a long time. Again, I like to describe myself as a stick that stirs the flame beneath a pot which is about to boil over. And it's not that I want you to get angry. It's that I want to stir that flame so that you're just not, boiling over. I can't take it anymore. I want you to be like able to go, something's wrong, and we need to fucking figure out what it is. And when you look at me and I go, look at this, look at all these people, these are all the enemies. All these interviews, all these speeches, these are all the enemies. There's none of them there that represent a single working class individual for 1 second. You guys can't hear me, huh? Can you not hear me? Are you sure? which I told you already. I told him already. The mic audio is fucked up. I don't know why the mic audio is fucked up. I don't know what happened. Craig seems to think it might have something to do with the Skype. We're figuring it out. I can yell at the microphone for a long time if that's what I have to do. But I prefer not to. I prefer my yelling in little spurts. I need to play a video for you guys because that's what we're doing here today. That's why I've called you all together. So I'm going to play a quick video and I'll be right back. Let me see how COVID, blah, 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 blah. Ooh, aircraft carrier. Here we go. All right, I'll be right back, you guys. Stay cool.
1,700 cases of coronavirus have been confirmed in the Navy. That's the latest number after yet another ship is hit by COVID-19. This time, the USS Ronald Reagan. It's docked in Yokosuka, Japan, and has been since the DoD ordered a 2-week stop movement to create a virus-free environment. Navy spokesman Rachel McCarr says sailors who tested positive had been sequestered at surrounding bases, including Naval Air Station Atsugi and Yokota Air Base, away from others. She says these measures were taken 2 weeks ago, but according to a Task Force 70 spokesperson, the sailors that showed no symptoms were tested over the weekend as their mandated isolation came to an end. And that's when they discovered they were carrying the virus. This restriction of movement period allowed fleet leadership the ability to monitor the health of the force daily in a controlled and secured environment while conducting tests for COVID-19 before returning sailors to their units. This is a proactive preventative measure designed to minimize the potential risk of exposure to our sailors and their families. The USS Theodore Roosevelt and USS Nimitz also had multiple confirmed cases of the virus on board. Any sailor that tests positive for COVID-19 will remain in isolation until their test results come back negative. Therese Garnier, Newsy, Washington.
The Navy is doing a broader investigation into the coronavirus outbreak aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt aircraft carrier and the events that led to its captain being fired. Acting Navy Secretary James E. McPherson said he reviewed the preliminary inquiry into the outbreak and discussed the matter with the Chief of Naval Operations. McPherson said he has unanswered questions that can only be answered by a deeper review. The acting secretary said he hopes the probe will provide a more fulsome understanding of the sequence of events, actions, and decisions of the chain of command in response to the COVID-19 outbreak. There are now nearly 1,000 infected sailors aboard the ship, and one has died from the coronavirus. As Newsy has previously reported, then Captain Brett Crozier was fired after a letter he sent to Navy leaders about the outbreak aboard the Roosevelt was leaked to the press. The acting Navy Secretary at the time, Thomas Modly, resigned after he was criticized for calling Crozier too naive or too stupid to lead the ship. Navy leaders have since recommended Crozier be reinstated, but Wednesday's announcement of a broader investigation will likely delay that final decision. According to a defense official, the wider investigation is expected to last no longer than 30 days. For Newsy, I'm Johanna Grenaway.
All right, so I don't know if it doesn't look like the audio is any better. But Boo Bear is down by the river, as you can see. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hello, caller.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Michelle?
I'm doing good. I missed you.
You missed me? You weren't here yesterday? How do you miss me?
Man, because there's been some really badass, kick-ass storms out here that I had to put my phone away because it's not waterproof.
Oh.
And I couldn't even hear it. Yeah, so I was just I was checking on the radar and everything because there was tornado warnings, all this bullshit. But luckily, all we got was just the bad storms.
That's
you know.
yeah, no, that's really good. I'm glad to hear that, Michelle. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, it's been pretty badass, man.
have
But it
you
was like a,
have you been through tornadoes before?
yeah, I have when I was in Ohio.
Oh man, it must be pretty scary. I never when I was a kid, I was in some really bad. I lived in Florida for a couple of years, but I was very young. I don't really remember the weather, you know. But
Hmm.
I've never been through something like that. I can't imagine. Look, it seems pretty terrifying.
Yeah, it is. But when it's far away from you, it's just like so. Like I mean, it's like a car accident. You don't want to look, but you can't look away.
Hmm.
But, oh my gosh, and we've been getting some good storms. Today was a perfect day. But yeah, the other day the lightning was so close that I was just like, oh shit, maybe I should go in. I'm like, even away.
It is too pretty. I can't stop looking at it.
I know, it's like I missed my calling. There should be a storm chaser because I live for that shit. Oh my god.
I always
So I
like
get
the
them.
lightning. I have trouble enjoying it now because it drives the dogs crazy. Like, I mean,
Oh,
they
yeah,
go
that's.
nuts.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, that's trust.
yeah, I never, that always bothers the hell out of me. So I'm like, it's okay. Everything's gonna be fine. Just stop fucking shaking.
I was like, turn some music up real loud and shit, right?
Yeah, I do that. I turn the TV up pretty loud.
There you go.
Yeah. So
Oh, shit. I got the Rona. I'm just kidding. So how's anything going over there, man? Shit.
stuff is good here, Michelle. I mean, it was a beautiful day today. I, I mean, what do you think about this stuff about the Israeli hospital treating coronavirus with cannabis?
It's almost like that should be us. We should be the ones with the free health care. We should be the ones to do that for us. Like,
Yeah.
That's what I feel about that.
Yeah,
Point blank.
we should have the free health care. I agree with that.
Yeah, we should have to
I'm
take
just
care.
saying. I'm just saying. I've been telling you guys every day to use your cannabis, and then they're like somebody. Now people are treating the COVID with it, and I was like, there you go.
Hmm. And you have been. You've been saying that since day one. Shit. And it was like, oh, finally, now they see it. But how much coverage is that going to get?
Yeah, it's
Over
not
here.
going to get any coverage at all, Michelle.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the bad part about it.
Because nobody can make money if you can cure COVID or cancer or anything else with cannabis, then you end the money making stream. If we make that clear to the population, you end our money making stream because they're just going to grow all their medicine at home.
I know that's too bad for them, but for the family front, their kid may not be having seizures. Their kid, that has MS, or even grown adults that have MS and epilepsy,
Yeah.
and all that. It could help them.
Yeah.
It's
And
a proven.
even more than that, they're not out. They're not taking these horrific drugs that turn them into fucking zombies, and whatever else. And they don't have to spend all this unbelievable money on the horrific drugs that turn their kids into zombies and don't really work anyways. They're still having the fucking seizures. And even though you have to buy the marijuana, you don't have to buy the marijuana. You could grow it in your backyard and then know exactly what your medicine, your child's medicine, your mother's medicine is now made of, and seems to be working pretty darn good, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you see case after case on these states that have already passed that for medicinal purposes.
Yeah.
You already see what's working wonders for them.
Yeah.
But they don't get the limelight like pharmaceutical pills will, because they want you to go ahead and go to the doctor to get, okay, I'm hurting for this ailment. You're going to give me medicine for this ailment. However, it's going to cause 3 other ailments. So now I'm going to need 3 more prescriptions to take care of that ailment. And, of course, it's a profit on people, on their health. They hope that people stay sick. They hope that people are always going to be, sick of something. So that way they know that they're just going to keep making money on people, whether they are healthy or they die. That's the American way now. And then when Israel gets this shit, it's like, okay, well, because of us, because of the billions that we give them, they have free health care. But there's no one in the United States that's mad about that. Okay.
Oh, I
Now
think
they're
there's
gonna
people that's mad about it. Just there's people that's mad about it, just not fucking politicians. That's all.
Yeah. Well, shit. That's all. That's what needs to be done. Those motherfuckers need to jump on board. Like, oh my, what the fuck?
Well, those motherfuckers need to lose their fucking heads. Off with their heads.
Oh shit! If we could only.
I'm telling you, it's headed that direction. And you know why, Michelle? Because they won't listen. Okay? And there's only so much the people are going to take of you not listening and doing evil deeds in our name with our fucking resources. Okay? There's only so much we're going to take, and then we're going to fucking chop off your motherfucking heads. And if you don't believe it, you don't know history.
Well, and just like fashion, what comes around goes around. It's just perfected a little bit better of how to use it against us. But it's true. If they would actually have that on the news, on your 5 o'clock fucking news, your 6 o'clock news, whatever everybody's all fucking into, if they have it right there saying medicinal marijuana can cure or possibly slow down the seizures of you or your loved one. You know what that would fucking do? Oh my God, the pharmaceutical will fucking mine.
Michelle, imagine if it was at the top of the news, cannabis being used to treat COVID-19 in an Israeli hospital on your fucking on your mainstream media news, on your local news. I mean, everybody would be like, you wouldn't be able to buy seeds tomorrow because they'd be sold the fuck out.
You're right about that. Oh my God. The parents would be down to their kids like, hey, we know you smoke pot. Give it up.
or here's some money. Go get more.
Exactly. I don't even care who you get it from. Don't even tell me. Just go do what you do.
Yeah, get a real fucking sack this time. Don't get this fucking eight ball shit, man. Get me a fucking ounce, dumbass.
Yeah, no shit. Go get me a cutie pie, god damn it, right now. Yeah. Hell yeah. I heard that. But yeah, but being that this United States is a great fucking country of ours, it's all about, how many criminals can we get locked up? More than the whole fucking world. It's an embarrassment.
For what? For fucking marijuana? How many people for marijuana? How many lives have been ruined for generations now, Michelle? I mean, I can't imagine the terror of somebody who is growing a little closet full of marijuana and their fucking front door is kicked open and their dog is shot and their kids are taken away from them. For generations, this shit has gone on because they were fucking growing flowers,
Hell, now you even got police that's just gonna break into your fucking place and just steal anything they want and just leave you be.
That's
like, who you gonna do it to? But now you lost everything. You got to start all over again. There's just so much corruption going on that, But the main thing is like those big wigs are making money and they're profiting out of people's misery. That's in the fucking great land of the U.S. of fucking A.
Right. I just don't think people should be making. That's part of the. That's a big part of the reason that people shouldn't be making money off of healthcare, because of this alternative motive thing that you're, like I keep saying. That's why I don't trust modern medicine is because or for-profit medicine is because they have an alternative motive besides curing us. It's to make themselves rich.
Exactly, and that's the best fucking example of how do you say it? Of like, I mean, you're compromising people's lives and everything. That's like, what is it? Shit, what's that word I'm looking for? Not compromise, but it's like you're fucking betting on people to die so that way you make profit. It's like a conflict of interest for us.
Having a profit margin is a very big conflict of interest when it comes to healthcare, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the kick in the head there is the fact that we're the ones, the taxpayers, we're the ones, all of us. No matter if you go buy a fucking loaf of bread, a can of soda, whatever the fuck you do, you're paying in taxes, you know? So of our money, they're fucking using that to, we're paying for the science to discover different medicines that's going to help us, that's going to cure us, that's going to benefit us. Now, we pay into the discoveries, we pay their paychecks. However, now we got to pay again to get that medicine back. If that discovered the polio vaccine did that, where would we be now? He fucking said, no, I'm giving this to the world. He didn't want a patent, which would have been like $8 billion at that time. He discovered this vaccine and said, no, it's for the people. It's to help the people.
Right.
Because that's what the doctors do. But now when their back's against the wall, like, oh my gosh, we got to fucking work for corporate. We got to work for some suits that say, hey, if you don't make this fucking money, then you're out of here. It doesn't matter about whether you're helping people or, medicine or nothing like that. All that shit's out the window. It's none of that. And they should not be allowed, this free land of ours to be profiting out of people's misery. Whether they go to fucking jail for 30 years because they had a little ounce of weed on them or whatever, they're going to jail for 30 years. Why? Because that prison right there is owned by a rich motherfucker who decided to make more prisons. There has been more prisons developed and made here in this country than there have been colleges. And yet we're so overpopulated, but no one fucking, it's just like, everybody needs to wake up and just see, look, Israel can do this shit, because of why? Because we're giving them that money. Now, what if we stopped giving them that money and actually took care of us? What would happen? Well, the peasants wouldn't be peasants anymore, and they can't have that, They can't have us smiling. They can't have us earning a paycheck and have a little left over that, hey, we can actually do something as a family. They don't want that. They want you to barely to be able to fucking earn what you can to pay the big companies for your light, your gas, whatever you got to fucking do. And it's just like it don't matter. But if they would see that fucking expose about, marijuana cures all kinds of things, not to mention hemp. Look at hemp, what you can do with that. Like, oh my gosh. That's the answer right there. And yeah, I can see why they're pushing it out of the limelight. Like, no, we don't want to talk about that. Why? Because it really works for us and the human body. You don't have to take your poisons anymore. We don't have to go take, if we get cancer, we don't have to go over there and get your radiation to finish us off.
Yeah, Michelle. It's that, and I mean, we can make our medicine at home. That's why cannabis is evil. That's why the reefer madness. Because if we let them have this, then they'll be able to make their medicine at home. If they can make their own medicine, they won't need us anymore. And there's the killer of how big is the cancer industry? I mean, people are still going to get cancer, but it's going to go way down. If they're eating a proper amount of marijuana, it's going to go way down. And they're going to stop taking a lot of bad things for them too. It just changes a lot of shit when you're doing it right, when you're doing the cannabis right, and that's why I'm really being drawn and pushed to just try and make more focus on my social media work more about cannabis, because it just really can make such big differences for people's lives. Like even Pete, I mean, you've heard Pete call here and say, "Oh man, Mike, I just gotta thank you for fucking pushing the cannabis, eating the marijuana." You've heard him say that, and it's you can hear how sincere it is, and that it really makes a difference, and that's what I'm saying is before, when I was doing the news and stuff, I know it was making a difference. I know I was opening people's eyes, but now shit's so fucking messed up, and I feel like maybe I can help people in this other way more. It's not like I'm giving up on the news completely. We're gonna stop doing our nightly shows or anything. It's just I have to. I think in order to be truly fulfilled and be rejuvenated and re-energized into making something happen, I I have to look this direction because it's something that I love. And, it's always been, follow what you love, do what you know, do what and this is something that I love. I love cannabis so much. And I just want to share that love with everybody,
Your window, Mike, and you have your window.
Yeah.
Because it's out there. It's out there. And people, they are listening to it more and more, and the people are seeing that. So, yeah, when you put something on the news that says, hey, possible, there's an alternative, there's something else that you could possibly take that's not going to give you 6 different side effects.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you try it? And so now that they went ahead and threw it out there, okay, now it's your time to take that ball and run just like you have been doing it. So it's right that you're doing that and you're putting it out there because we sure as hell ain't going to see that on CBS. We're not.
Like I said, and if we did see it on CBS and if it was the top of the news on all the mainstream media, you you wouldn't be able to buy seeds tomorrow. And beyond that, a lot of people's fucking fears would be fucking squelched down, and so much anxiety that's currently in the world would just be taken out of the world because all of a sudden people have fucking cannabis again, like they've needed for fucking a decade or more,
Especially knowing that there's another option that you can take. Why shouldn't we be allowed to choose what we want to intake? They want to force us to take vaccines and all that. How about the things that we do want to do on our own? Just because they legalize it doesn't mean that everybody's going to fucking do it, Just like cocaine is out there, I have no interest in doing it. Let it be.
Yeah, right. And if they legalized it tomorrow, you wouldn't be running down to the 7-Eleven to get your cocaine, would you, Michelle?
I sure would not. I'd probably hit like a Walgreens or something.
That fucking 7-Eleven way too expensive, man.
Yeah, fuck them and their smoking. But that's the way I mean, though. If you give somebody else an option that, hey, look, this can help you and you're not going to get side effects, fucking 9 times out of 10, they're going to fucking pick, I'll take that with no side effects. How about that?
Yeah.
And then if you're going to get me in a state to where I actually feel like I'm a human, I actually feel like I'm okay, and I'm not scared for the next seizure. I'm not, scared for, anything. It's like, why, the hope is there. Everything is there. And now that fucking you want to start talking about Israel doing this and that, okay. Well, they opened the door, Mike. Now you already kicked that door in a long time ago. You already backed that bitch in. So you might as well take the ball and run with it now. And show all those things that, this is what cannabis is for. This is what helps people.
Yeah.
Testimony proving it. And you see that everywhere.
Yeah. And, we hear people say, I was born this way. You know what I mean? When they talk about whatever their sexuality or whatever, right? I was born this way. Okay, which is fine. I don't want to dispute that. But here's the deal. I was born to use cannabis, and I can fucking prove it. Okay, I was actually born this way, and I can fucking prove it, and so were you. And for whatever reason, we know the reason. They don't want us happy. They don't want us relaxed. They don't want us healthy. They want you scared. Clearly, they want you upset. They want you angry. They want you fucking to take shitty drugs. They want you to be a revenue stream for fucking garbage that's going to just keep you scared and full of anxiety. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, do you think when they see on the news that, we got a cancer survivor, they're like, yay, they're like, fuck. They look at dollar signs. They don't look at it like we would. We look at it as like, oh, great. Somebody gets to live their lives, and all they see it as dollar signs. And if we would listen to the indigenous people years ago, they have like 30 different medicinal plants that cure all kinds of garbage that these guys are fucking claiming that they can do. Yeah. And it's like, we need that shit. If we would just actually fucking take care and, fucking marijuana is going to help so many people, it's been proven.
It could start helping so many people tomorrow, Michelle, and you know, and it's just been vilified like this horrible evil thing, and and I'm so tired of it, and it's been done by people like Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump, and they're just all such fucking scumbags for acting like somehow, you know, that the people don't know what you know, they have to be babysat by us elders who know what's best for you, you know.
And you,
Barack Obama could have fucking legalized cannabis with a pen stroke and chose not to. Go
he
ahead.
didn't, Dean. He did nothing for us.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
The little girl who inspired the CBD oil movement, that was a few weeks ago. She was 13 years old and she had passed away.
Yeah.
And they said it was because of her, because of how she was always having seizures and stuff like that, that the CBD oil movement, you know, moved along. And like I told you, there's a few stores over here now. So I'm like, okay, maybe this is a way of starting to get people to, hey, look what's going on, you know, like wake up, pay attention. There's other news other than taking this tough, you know, pain reliever or whatever. It's like they're starting to see the movement. And now that I feel that they brought up, you know, Israel and all of this, you know, Israel brings a lot of attention. Anytime that's brought up, people do pay attention.
Yeah.
And so now saying that, wait a minute, you know, that's holy land. They're okay with, you know, marijuana.
Well, not just that, Michelle. That's Israel. That's Jewish doctors. Oh, huh.
That's the land. That's the land right there. That's holy land.
We better pay attention. It's Jewish doctors. They know what they're talking about.
So I don't want to hear none of these hypocrite fucking these damn charlatans and everything saying that weed is bad. That's on your holy land. That's on the Mother Earth. The Mother Earth, you sons of bitches. You better be focusing on that shit.
You know, again, Michelle. I mean, I know I sound like a broken record, but right at the beginning of the Bible, it says, you know, God says unto thee, I give unto thee all seed-bearing plants to use as meat. You know, and I mean, to use as meat, you understand? It means it's supposed to be this daily part of your life to use as meat. All seed-bearing plants. There is no more seed-bearing plant than cannabis. Anybody who's ever had a cannabis plant go to seed knows that very, very well.
Exactly, and I don't remember the last time when I fucking put a seed down the ground and T-bone steak came up. So I get you.
that would be pretty cool, though.
Oh, fuck yeah, man. Oh, my God. Forget about it. Can you imagine the critters out? Nah, I'd be a pain in the ass.
Be fucking ants everywhere.
Oh, fuck that, man. I'll be face to face with a fucking possum that I see every now and again when I'm out back. Oy.
Oh, I like the possums. I love the possums. I'm so glad when I see them. I'm like, yay, they're still around.
Yeah, they're cool as long as, like, I mean, they say that's like the hardest animal they'll ever fucking kill. If you ever want to kill a fucking possum, man, you better get your shotgun and aim for the head because that's a tough fucking animal. Oy. And it's just the way it looks at you. I mean, I don't know. I'm used to it. I'm okay with it. It's just like, okay, you know, I see you, you see me. You know, how about you go ahead and play that game that you play called Possum so I can run the fuck away from you? Like, fuck.
If they see you, they just freeze. They don't do. I mean, the dogs go. We have them on the backyard fence, like you know, once a month or so, right? Once a month maybe. And the dogs will go out there and they'll be ruh, 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 right underneath it, and the thing just stands as still as possible, like it can't fucking take another step, like it's frozen. You know? I'm like, get in the fucking house! It's too late to be barking. Get in the fucking house!
And they just say they're like, I won't move until you leave. Like, oh, you bitch, but I can't move until you leave. Like, oh, fuck. Goddamn.
Go, I said get in the fucking house.
I know, and I'm like, oh, if I ever needed a flashlight, then I know it really won't move, you know, since they're nocturnal and everything. But I was just like, oh, a bitch, man. They'll climb along the fence over here, and one day I was just sitting here minding my own fucking business, and I felt something staring at me, and I'm just like, what is this feeling? Like something staring at me, man. I look up, and there it is. It hits at me. I'm like, bitch. I'm like, what the fuck, a fucking temple wave took off. It went back the way it was coming. That bitch came back with 2 other motherfuckers, and I was like, oh, it's like. I was like, I can't even hang out. I was like, look, I'm not even bothering you. You can do whatever you do. Just leave me alone. I'm out here, having a couple of drinks to fucking mind my own business, okay? All right. They took off, and I swear to God, another 7 came, and I said, well, that's it.
Got the whole possum gang cruising through your neighborhood. That's kind of cool. I never see more than one.
Scared shit. I know. That's why it scared the shit out of me. Usually I see it. Like they say, like if you see one in the daytime, just like a raccoon, that means it's sick because they don't come out until nighttime. So if you see them in the daytime, that fucker's sick. Pretty much like, bitch got rabies, so don't go near it. Like, get away from it. And when I see these here, I'm just like, oh, come on, man. I'm just trying to hang, like, oh, no. Yeah, I fucking threw the white towel and I fucking ran in like a little. Like, yeah, I'm good.
Well, 7 of them would be tough to fight off, Michelle. I don't blame you.
And they were just trying to cross, going from point A to point B.
Yeah.
And I kept looking at them, and I was already buzzed up and shit, so I kept looking at them like, dude. Kept looking at them like, I know what you're doing. Just go. Just go across, man. The bitch was like, oh, really? That's when he came back with 2 more. And then that one, I was like, man, dude. And I already moved away from the fucking fence. So I'm like, whatever they're going to do, at least I'm right here by the door. I run right in, right? And then when they came with their babies, I said, yeah, okay, I'm out. I was like, nah. Oh, my God. Yeah, it was
Yeah, we ran one night. We were walking the dogs, and we ran into like 7 raccoons, and that was they were a little bit on the ferocious side, and I was like, and the dogs, dogs are like, kitties, kitties, woo, let's get the kitties.
Let's get baby Crockett hat.
But they just kept coming at us, and I was like, okay, boom, I kicked one of them, like they kind of turned the other way. But don't get close to my dogs. I'm not afraid of you at all. But don't get close to my dogs.
You don't want your dogs to get rabies. That's why I'd be
whatever else. Who knows what those fucking dumpster divers got, man?
Motherfuckers are rabid as fuck. Come on, shit. No way. I'll be all like, come on, my babies. Let's see another day. We don't need this.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Hell yeah, I'll be putting that shit too. Oh my God. Fuck that. Well, yeah, it was a good show you got going on tonight, and I'm glad I got to see that shit about Israel, because I was like, wow, man, that's something else. But,
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, yeah, we're going to talk about this. because this is right down what I've been saying forever, and it's just, this is being kept from you. This is why is this not everywhere on the mainstream media? Because they don't want you to know it. Clearly.
Yeah. Your motto was, you gotta eat more marijuana. I was like, man, if that's not more of a setup as there ever, man, come on. Shit. Hell yeah. That's right up your alley, Mikey, and up everybody else's fucking alley too, because we all see what's going on. Yeah. We all know what's good,
It's perfect. I don't want to say it's the cure-all. It's not the cure-all, but it's this thing where people take all these supplements every day, Michelle, and they take them to keep their brain sharp. They keep them to help their eyes. And marijuana does all that shit, man. So just consider it. Just consider it, because you don't have to buy fucking pills that you don't really know what they're made of. You can grow pretty flowers in the backyard and eat a fucking cookie that you know exactly what it's made out of.
Right. And you don't even have to worry. I mean, all you got to do is put the bullet points out there and say, hey, look, if the pros and cons. The pros of pharmaceuticals and the pros of taking marijuana. Right. Hands down, it would be on marijuana, because when you got the pharmaceuticals, you're going to have to add another list and another list for all the side effects and all these other medicines you got to do to fucking fight that, It's like when you have, medicinal marijuana, whenever you smoke recreational, it does take the steam off of people. It does help you relax. Even if you don't want to smoke a little bit and all of a sudden you're just like, hey, I wonder what I did this before. This is relaxing, you know? This is good. This is for you to calm yourself and rezone and get ready for another day. And then now you're training.
And instead of being all wound up and full of anxiety about this little thing that really doesn't matter, that little thing kind of disappears because it really doesn't matter. It's just like in the Bright Side commercial where you see the people worried about their fucking bills and they're having these little aches and pains, and the next thing you know they're outside and they're laughing and they're having a good time. It's exactly like that, Michelle.
Yeah, and you know what? And they will pay attention to the beginning of that commercial when she throws a ball and she's like, "That ball."
Yeah, exactly. I hope people aren't getting tired of that, because I'm never going to get tired of that commercial, man.
That bitch says sticky icky, I fucking get my giggle on. It's funny. It's funny as fuck. And then at the end when they're like, do you know who I am? Or who I am? And then you got her old man up there swaying like a motherfucker. You're the wizard. Oh hell yes, don't want that. Who don't want that, Mike?
Well, in my opinion, it's just a matter of who doesn't want to have a smile on their face moving forward. Because if you don't want to have a smile on your face moving forward, you know, there's something more wrong with you than just the fact that you're not eating enough cannabis, probably. But I guarantee you that will help a whole lot.
But a lot of that is just people being stubborn and staying to their convictions. You know, saying marijuana, they're all they think. A lot of people, what they think is when they think of marijuana is people that are just out getting high and doing nothing. It's like that's not the way it is. That's not the way it is. You got people that are fucking high on their jobs and they're doing their fucking job. There's people that are freaking. You're talking to them and you don't even know that they're fucking high. It's just like
Michelle, if they fucking drug tested at Microsoft tomorrow, there would be no one working there the next day.
You know that joke about after 420? You know, they say 420 National Marijuana Day, and then they say 421 National Drug Testing Day. Like, you fucking cocksuckers, you can't even give us this.
Yeah.
Fucking assholes. But you're right, man. People are so creative on that shit because they can actually relax. They don't have to have 10,000 fucking things in their head spinning and they can't even catch one. At least this would fucking slow you down, like relax and actually think properly, man. You know?
You know, instead of, it's again like the Bright Side commercial. Instead of there just being these nagging things, whether it be your little aches and pains or whatever the little nagging things that you're worried about in the back of your head that keep trying to move to the front of your head, whether it be any of those things, you know, the cannabis just drops that immediately. You know, and how can you not want that gone from your life, like immediately? If with 1 or 2 puffs, you're just like, and if you're actually eating marijuana, that shit doesn't come close to like getting inside of you.
Yeah, man, because it's like that commercial, man. Just like when we see your videos there when you throwing the ball to your babies out in the lake, I could never see you saying, "No!" And that's why I know you're eating just enough, man, because you ain't all wound up like that shit. I get a kick out of that fucking commercial, man. Oh my God. Man, people need to see that shit.
That's why I keep playing it.
Yeah, and as for Jesse Ventura, that bitch should have been thanking you for putting his fucking face out there, that fucking prick. Who does that?
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's why I made the video saying that I would never post another Jesse Ventura video if that's what Jesse wants. Because Jesse could have stepped up and said, no, that's not what I want, man, and I'm sorry that this happened to you. But, you know, he didn't, because Jesse's just too busy, I guess. Go ahead.
No, man. What he did is he fucked up, because that's like free promotion, you dumb fuck. You want to put your, you know, when you're out there and you're putting shit out there for YouTube to know, don't you want the more views, the better? So if anything, he should have been fucking thanking you for getting more fucking views and saying, hey, I appreciate what you're doing, and if he wanted something else where you got to fucking have like a commercial that sponsors him in there, he should have did that. But he should have fucking just hey man, you're getting more views than me. Fuck you, man. I'm jealous. I'm gonna act like a petty little bitch.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's the way it went down too, Michelle.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Man, Google music. As long as I'm getting more views, man, they good. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Fuck it.
Yeah, right, and that's the point, and that's why, especially if you're going to be running for president or something, gosh, I want my face everywhere. That's how Donald Trump won. His face was fucking everywhere, every minute of every day.
You don't give a shit who's doing it.
Yeah.
You don't give a shit who's doing it. As long as somebody's doing it. Putting their face out there. Nobody wants to see it, but they're fucking doing what he wants.
And it's not just that. It's not just that, Michelle. But the whole RT network, right? The whole Russia Today network. They spend billions of dollars trying to get their news, their whatever propaganda news, people love to call it propaganda, get their propaganda news into America. And I think it's just a really good alternative news source. I'm not calling it propaganda. I think it's a really good news source. But they spend billions of dollars getting that into the American fucking, dialogue, disseminating that information in America that they're trying to disseminate. And all I'm doing is helping them make that happen. And I don't know how much more, they spend billions of dollars and I'm doing it for free for them. How stupid is that?
That's very stupid. That's very ignorant.
Yeah.
That's ignorant. That's not seeing the big picture.
Yeah.
And all they're seeing is here right now. They're not seeing the big picture. All they want is more views. They're not getting no views. Boo-hoo-hoo. Don't you see that they are getting views at least? You want fucking whatever you're saying, whatever you're preaching, you want people to hear it. Who cares whose format it's on? They're spreading what you're fucking saying. Isn't that the whole point of it?
Well, yeah, it's even, you know what, Michelle, and I took it even a step further when I wrote RT, because I wrote RT a long letter. It says, I just made a video a month ago saying it's not Russia, it's not Russia, it's not Russia. That's the title of the motherfucking video. Here's the link. Check the date. But I went on to tell them, that I kind of lost my train of thought there, but I'm sorry, I had a point to make, but I forgot what it was. But I remember what it is. I remember what it is, Michelle. It's that even more than I'm getting them views. It's that there's people. When in the middle of this fucking shitstorm where it's, on mainstream media, it's Russia, 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 and Russia's fucking with America, Russia is evil, right? Yeah. When it's like that, there's a good chance that a lot of people would never go to a website called Russia Today. Okay, right. So I'm actually maybe reaching a ton of fucking viewers that no matter if people know about them or not, they're not going to click on something that says Russia Today. Right. So yes. It's just so fucking incredibly, and I wrote this and I told them that. I'm like, this is so incredibly short-sighted. I don't know what you think you're doing. And they wrote back and said, well, fine, just we'll take the copyright strikes off. Just stop posting our stuff. Yeah, fine, I'll do that.
And that's just so stupid because they're fucking shooting themselves in the foot.
It's so stupid.
I mean, that's where I come from. I don't care if you're on my station and you're taking, you're watching my views, or if whatever I send out there, you're watching them there. I don't care where the fuck you're watching them as long as you're watching them.
Well, the point is that this is information that you're trying to get to as many people as possible. And if that's what the news is supposed to be. That's why I keep telling everyone that news, in quotes, is fair use. In quotes. It's it's the law. And it's because they're producing it not to make money, but to get the information out to people so that people are more informed. That's the point of the news. I mean, at least that was originally the point of the news. And all I'm doing is for free, getting them a bigger audience. And for whatever short-sighted reason, they're too stupid to be aware of that. I cannot figure out how stupid they are. I think it's because they hate the discussions that we've had on Mox News, and they hate that, somehow if I was actually to get proper backing or something and I'm getting more views than them, maybe I could fucking overtake their shit. It's never been the point. The point is to say, look at this fucking asshole and recognize the true enemy.
And isn't that the American way, though, Mike?
Yeah.
Sad to look at the mom and pop stores.
Yeah.
They're because of fucking Walmart.
Yeah.
They all shut them down. If they see some kind of competition, let me buy you out.
Right.
They got a new business, the big man will come, let me buy you out. And 9 times out of 10, the fucking one that can actually make a killing on their own is just going to take that money because it's safe. That's what they do. So why don't you think that it includes you too?
Yeah.
They're telling people the things that we need to know that actually affect our lives, not that the Kardashians did blah, blah, blah. Who gives a flying fuck? How does that affect me? I don't give a fuck about them bitches.
I don't think I've ever posted a story about Kardashians.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. You say things that would actually affect us in the long run or even in the short run, things that we should be aware of. Just like right now. Now they want to talk about, okay, they did it this time, Mike. They put it out there. Okay, Israel, they got free health care because of us, and we don't have it. So why are we paying them to have free health care when we don't have it? Now it's out there, people. Okay, now talk amongst yourselves. Is that right? Is that wrong? Whatever. Now they're talking about, they can help and cure with marijuana. Okay, now that leaves an open discussion again. Why not us? Why not us?
Why aren't we part of the discussion? And it's because you can't. They refuse to accept marijuana as medicine. Even though, Sanjay Gupta's doing his little fucking stories to please the little fucking stoners about saving children with epilepsy. Oh, so important, saving children. It's just disgusting that, and then people like fucking Chris Christie refuse to fucking allow the children to get this medicine, even though it's proven, the Supreme Court fucking says shit like, oh yeah, states have the right to say that their residents have no right to medical marijuana. Fuck you. How heartless do you have to be?
They don't shit. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
We all know that. We all know that. But the thing is that us as taxpayers, like I said, no matter whether you go to a grocery store and buy one item, you're paying into the tax system. Do you want that to go to Israel that gets free health care? Because that's our tax dollars. Okay? Would you rather have that go over there, or how about take care of us here, right now, right here? But no. The United States is leading the greed. They're leading the greed. Now all the other fucking places or all the other countries are like, oh shit, the UK, fucking Canada, all of them are making money out of this pandemic. Canada Prime Minister made a fucking sweet deal with Amazon and fucked his own postal service, which they have their own postal service to send stuff and take care of stuff. But no, he did don't tell nobody, but Amazon, a private organization, I'm gonna fucking make you money. Nobody's talking about that, but Canada, fuck you, man. You guys are right behind us. You guys are copying off of what our government is doing. That doesn't make you guys any fucking better.
Yeah, I hear you, Michelle.
Yes. Drink your fucking maple syrup and shut the fuck up, because you ain't no better than us. And I'm not even bragging because that's not really something to brag about because it's fucked up, but still.
Yeah.
Get off the horse.
Yeah.
Oh, fuckers. Shit.
I hear you, Michelle. I gotta take a break, doll.
All right, Mikey. All right, sweetheart. Well, I'll talk to you later. It was good talking to you, Mikey.
All right, I'll talk to you soon, all right?
All right, bye, buddy.
Bye. That's our buddy Michelle from Texas. And I have a video here of the mayor of New York City apologizing to the Jewish community for being anti-Semitic.
City Mayor Bill de Blasio is still dealing with the fallout from a tweet condemning a funeral in Brooklyn's ultra-Orthodox Jewish community that attracted over 1,000 tightly packed mourners. De Blasio tweeted, "My message to the Jewish community and all communities is this, simple. The time for warnings has passed." Now, the Anti-Defamation League and other Jewish groups condemned that tweet, saying the remark generalizing the Jewish community was outrageous, especially when so many are scapegoating Jews. Now, de Blasio has now responded to the controversy.
I have a long, deep relationship with the Orthodox Jewish community. A lot of personal relationships. A lot of people I know and respect. I have a lot of love for the community. The notion that people would gather in large numbers, and even if they didn't mean to, would spread a disease that will kill other members of the community is just unacceptable to me. If you saw anger and frustration, you're right. I spoke out of real distress, that people's lives were in danger before my eyes, and I was not going to tolerate it.
Well, joining us for more from New York City is Menashe Shapiro. He's a public relations consultant who does work with the ultra-Orthodox community. And Menashe, I understand you also know Mayor de Blasio quite well, and he does have this prior relationship with the ultra-Orthodox community. They've been quite supportive of each other, haven't they?
Yes, I mean, they have, the relationship goes back to when de Blasio first ran for city council in 2001. He's been representing them for the better part of the last 20 years. And the relationship has been largely a transactional relationship because the politics of the community are largely conservative, and de Blasio is very much progressive and liberal. And it's this transactional nature, whether it's been through donations or through the block vote that comes from the Haredim, they all vote usually together and in lockstep, that has built the relationship that he has with them. And as a result of that transactional nature of his mayoralty, there's a lot of give and take with the community, and it creates an expectation from the community that they're going to get away with things when it comes to this particular mayor. And we saw that Monday night. There was an expectation that they could pull off a large-scale funeral that should under no circumstances have been allowed in the first place.
It should not have been. But Menashe, Mayor de Blasio clearly erred when just using the phrase Jewish community, too general a term here. How do you account for him, in a sense, firing off this tweet?
It was an unfortunate tweet, a bad statement. He should not have made it, and he clearly made it out of frustration, seeing exactly how the community was reacting to that situation. He's not an anti-Semite. It was a terrible statement. It was the wrong thing to say. He shouldn't have said anything. And the condemnation should be on his choice of words. Calling him an anti-Semite is probably not the most appropriate way to treat him because there is no evidence to that in his entire public career.
Right. So going forward now, how do you see the relationship between the mayor and, as you mentioned, the ultra-Orthodox community, which has, even though it's been, as you say, a transactional relationship, it has been a bastion of support for him, at least certainly in parts of New York City?
The relationship is probably going to stay the same way because now that the mayor is term limited and he's not going to be able to run for office again, his wife is now rumored to be running for Brooklyn Borough President, where these communities do exist, and there's going to be a lot of people running for that office, and she's going to need the votes and the support of this community in order to emerge victorious in that election, which is coming up in less than 2 years. So the likely continuation of this type of transactional relationship is going to, at least there are going to be attempts to continue it. I don't see it falling by the wayside because of this tweet whatsoever.
Right. Menashe, briefly, this is not good, though, for the Jewish community, this controversy, especially in the current atmosphere.
Oh, of course, it's terrible for the Jewish community, and to a large extent, and it's because there's a general undercurrent of anti-Semitism in the world, where one Jew gets taken down by the actions of another Jew, and that's not fair to everybody. But we have large pockets within this community that have gone out of their way to evade if not outright, break the rules during this pandemic, and it has resulted in situations like what we saw Monday night. The leadership has all encouraged everybody to maintain the social distancing, and 95% of the community have done it. But when you're dealing with a situation with a communicable disease, it's the small percentage that could ruin it for everybody.
Right. Well, it certainly looks like both the ultra-Orthodox community there and Mayor de Blasio are going to need some public relations help in the coming months. You may be a busy man. Menashe Shapiro, thank you for joining us.
I'm back. I got a hot mic. I'm right here. Baby. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you? I guess maybe a little bit. Maybe I can hear you just a little bit. Ooh. Ba 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 ba. Oh, I got the bong heated up. If anybody wants to do a dab or a puff or whatever you might be doing in your little neck of the woods. What do we got there? Is it sparkly? Can we please see if it's sparkly or not? Ooh. Come on. What are you doing? Ooh. Almost ready. So I have just like a fuck ton of clips left here. I'll play another clip here in just a minute in case, the mayor apologizes for being anti-Semitic. Is that not hilarious? The mayor of New York is being anti-Semitic. That's freaking hilarious. I thought you guys want to see that. Woo, 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 woo. Oh, I'm so glad I got a cup of tea. All right. I'm back, baby. And I am a meat popsicle. I was just saying that the other day. I was just thinking about how that's probably the best description I could imagine. I am a meat popsicle. Negative. Are you human? Negative. I identify as a meat popsicle. Right? Okay, so I have a really good video here that I think you guys are going to want to see. It's about federal pension funds being invested into Chinese companies that are committing espionage against U.S. companies. I thought that was interesting. I thought you guys would want to see that. Which one is that? Again, we got to make sure that you know how bad China is.
The pension fund that invests the life savings of federal employees from expanding its investments into Chinese entities. Sinclair investigative reporter James Rosen has the very latest in this exclusive story.
Senior White House officials told Sinclair President Trump is moving swiftly to block a federal pension fund from expanding its investments into Chinese-held entities.
Welcome to the Thrift Savings Plan. the largest 401k type plan in the world.
Controlling $700 billion in assets, the Thrift Savings Plan invests on behalf of 5.5 million federal employees, from members of Congress and the executive branch to the Armed Forces and National Guard.
Our Life Cycle, or L funds, provide a mix of everything from short-term U.S. securities to index funds that are made up of domestic and international stocks.
Last November, TSP's governing body, the Federal Retirement Thrift Investment Board, staffed entirely by Obama appointees, decided to switch the benchmark for the pension's international, or I funds, worth approximately $50 billion, from an index based chiefly on markets in Europe and the Far East to one called the All-Country Index.
That will literally send tens of billions of dollars onto the Chinese stock exchange and help companies that are directly involved in the Chinese defense industry and in espionage.
The first Green Beret elected to Congress, Waltz introduced legislation this week that would restrict TSP from investing in foreign markets whose firms do not submit to U.S. audits. In a statement, the investment board's chairman, Michael Kennedy, told Sinclair, quote, "The board's primary focus is providing options to allow our participants to save for a secure retirement. All 10 of the largest publicly traded U.S. companies, all 10 of the top federal contractors, and the top 20 public state plans include access to emerging markets."
The last thing we should have is our military members who are out on the front line having deductions from their paycheck to go to a 401k plan that then funds their very adversary. I mean, it's just mind-boggling.
The most likely immediate action by the White House is an executive order, although it might not survive court challenge, as the pension fund is governed by an independent agency. After that, the president, his term winding down, will at last send to the Senate his own nominees to serve on that agency's board. Reporting from outside the nation's capital, James Rosen.
Right now, federal officials are still working to answer the question, how did the coronavirus get started? And could China have prevented the outbreak altogether? President Trump has criticized China for their handling of the virus. In an America This Week interview, Eric Bolling spoke with Texas Congressman Michael McCall about the issue.
Tell us what you know and what you're asking to be investigated on the Chinese responsibility for this pandemic.
Well, I think it's important we go to the origins of COVID-19 to find out how this happened in the first place and why it happened and how we can prevent it from happening again. I call it the worst cover-up in human history. Dating back to mid-November, first case pops up beginning of December. The Chinese Communist Party immediately puts a gag order on the doctors trying to sound the alarm that this is a different type of virus. It is more deadly and more contagious. One of them actually dies from COVID-19. Then moving into January, the Chinese Communist Party, the government goes into laboratories, shuts them down, destroys lab samples, trying to control this investigation.
Mike is hot. Boo Bear down by the river. Oh, I also have a video about the silly walking zone. I know you want to see that. Hello, caller.
Michael, this is Steve McClanahan.
How's it going, Steve?
Oh, how's it going?
How's it going, Steve?
How is it going?
How's it going, Steve?
How is it going currently?
Steve, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. You know, I'm out here running for goddamn President of the United States of America for the Democratic Party. I've already gave myself the nominee. I do need your endorsement still, currently, because I feel like that is actually the key to the missing link here.
I don't think you really want to be president, Steve. It's awful.
I want to be fucking president of the United States more than anybody on the fucking goddamn face of the fucking earth.
Well, I really don't believe that.
Currently, Michael, for real. I mean, the only person we got is fucking this fucking hairy-legged, cocksucking motherfucker in a goddamn fucking swimming pool, fucking dipshit, letting fucking, little fucking kids rub on his hairy fucking legs, and he's gonna fucking literally tell this to the entire fucking world? He's gonna go out there and he's gonna fucking tell this story to the entire fucking world, and literally, ladies and gentlemen, currently, this is the guy running for, okay, do you want me to go into, like, other fucking reasons of why this motherfucker is completely out of his fucking mind? And that, in fact, like, I don't know, let's just say, like, half, maybe, let's just say 90% of fucking America fucking is on their knees. They are kneeling. They are on their knees kneeling to this goddamn dementia fucking riddled, fucking mentally fucking retarded, fucking extremely pathetic human being that once called himself a fucking vice president of the United States of fucking America, and now currently he's running for president on a campaign trail of dementia. And people love it. They're like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is utterly fucking amazing. And I'm telling you, it's fucking rough trying to get fucking votes out here in America, ladies and gentlemen. For some logic, I was running on a campaign trail of, THC tranquilizer darts for all. You see a crazy person, he's having a bad day, he's unarmed, he does not have a gun, he's freaking out, he's wishing he was dead, and then you know what? Fucking because of Steve McClanahan becoming president of the United States in the first fucking 100 days, son of a bitch, he fucking legalized THC tranquilizer darts for all. Whoever wants to trade in some bullets, instead of trying to use deadly force, we went ahead and we legalized THC tranquilizer darts. For the cops, too. The cops, if they want to take this option, they can have a THC tranquilizer dart, too. And when you see somebody that's freaking the fuck out, wishes they were dead, rolling around on the fucking ground, screaming and yelling, like a fucking goddamn child, fucking 52 fucking years old and shit, 47 years old, 35 years old, 21 years old, doesn't matter. You just take your fucking THC tranquilizer dart, and I'm telling you, I've been doing some models on this. I was thinking, Mox News flare gun, THC tranquilizer dart, it's orange, it's got fucking Mox News THC tranquilizer dart right on the fucking side of it. And then you keep, it's totally legal. It's totally legal to carry, open carry, and conceal. You can show everybody, hey, you freaking out? I will fucking cap your ass with a couple of THC tranquilizer darts right now currently. And this could be a bad idea, but it doesn't matter. As long as you keep trading in your bullet for THC tranquilizer darts, you will never run out of THC tranquilizer darts ever in the entire world, because currently, ladies and gentlemen, marijuana comes from a seed. You can put fields of this shit everywhere. And nobody knows this, apparently. It's completely fucked. But I swear to God, we're going on, we are running on a campaign of world peace and world self-domination of destroying this fucking completely pathetic fucking bullshit that's constantly going on 24 fucking 7 fucking days a week, 24 fucking hours a day, 300, and currently I'm doing the thumb thing. I'm pointing towards the voters with my thumb out at the top. 300 365 days a year. Fucking people, god damn it, this shit is pissing me off. But you know what? It can't piss me off. You know why? Because we're keeping a positive attitude, whether you like it or not. And I tell you what, I'm so fucking goddamn pissed off right now. I am fucking so goddamn pissed off that people do not understand this. There's places, you know, the people just don't fucking get it. Okay? There's places. And I don't think they ever will. I honestly don't think they fucking ever will, and I've accepted it, but we're still running for president, Michael, and I need your endorsement, and I'm telling you, we're going to do this debate, and I'm going to fucking get that goddamn endorsement, whether you like it or not, or whether they like it or not, or whether she likes it or not, or whether he likes it or not, or whether fucking he, she, and then they said, them other people don't like it, and they have other friends that don't like it either, and they know.
You can trust me when I say she likes it, okay?
Oh, you motherfucker, Michael. That just pisses me off. God damn it. You know, she's running with my cock and shit. This is bullshit, Michael. I am so fucking goddamn pissed off right now. All right, Michael, I gotta go. I have to go.
Bye.
Okay? I'm trying to talk about some serious shit, and then you do that.
Bye.
Oh, my goodness. All right, I have to go.
Bye.
Goodbye. Later.
Steve McClanahan.
Fucking bullshit. I can't even fucking hang up my own fucking phone.
Presidential candidate. Steve McClanahan. Steve McClanahan. Let's see. Steve, you need to eat more marijuana, Steve. You're not eating enough marijuana, Steve. Is this thing fucking on? Can you hear me, Steve? You're not eating enough marijuana, Steve. Jeez. Hello, caller.
What did I tell you with this Israeli collusion? This news coming out. Did you hear about it?
Huh?
Did you hear about the Israeli collusion trying to get help, trying to get Trump elected? Saying they got the intelligence to get Trump elected, and if it wasn't their help, he wouldn't have got elected.
Yeah, that sounds right. He's clearly trying to help Netanyahu all the time.
Yeah, it's big bombshell. Everything I've been talking about. Well, they're trying to distract us with this Russian shit. Comes back that it turns out it's Israeli collusion. And of course, it's been swept under the rug. It's not much to talk about, you know, business as usual. It's not going to get 1/10 of the headlines as what this Russian stuff gets.
Yeah,
so
well,
it's kind of just expected.
it's just all COVID-19. We've moved on from Russia for the moment. It's gonna be all China and COVID-19 now. So for the rest of your life.
Yeah. You know what though? It's just like it's been pointed out clear as day. It's been there's damning evidence. They got evidence of this stuff, especially with that General Flynn stuff. How they try to frame him, and they try to paint General Flynn as a Russian colluder when he was colluding to help Israel out. He was bidding on behalf of Israel, like a freaking traitor. He was a traitor.
The FBI is about as dirty as it gets in this country. I mean, they're just scum from top to bottom.
No doubt about it. And I was looking up some news articles, and turns out that no one's talking about this Israeli collusion. It pisses me off, man. I could talk about it for hours, but it's just common knowledge. Like everyone knows we're zogged out. Everyone knows we're zogged out. Zionist occupied government, and we spent 3 years acting like Putin is controlling us. Putin's controlling America. When it couldn't be further from the truth. Everyone knows Netanyahu, Israel, the APAC foreign lobbies, they're the one controlling us. That's clear as day, but the powers that be obviously aren't going to let that information get out, aren't going to let that narrative spread.
Yeah, well, that narrative doesn't work for them because they're trying to start another war, and they're not going to start a war with Israel. Come on.
No, we're going to go to war on behalf of Israel.
Yeah, of course.
That's what's going to happen with Iran and other countries.
Israel and China, Iran and Russia and China. If we start a war with Iran, that means war with Russia and China. All of you, never forget. You heard it here. It's the fucking facts.
Are they that ballsy to do something like that? I mean, we already freaking invaded how many countries? They don't really care how many lives Americans...
It's not a matter of being ballsy. It's a matter of, this works for us. Never-ending war works for us. Us being the military-industrial complex, being the most powerful fucking organization on the planet. But again, I hear that Trump has ordered naval ships to shoot down any fucking Iranian aircraft that appears to be instigating. But it's who's fucking instigating, who's in whose waters, who's fucking sitting off of whose coast, who's flying through whose airspace. It ain't Iran.
No, Trump's getting his marching orders from Netanyahu and his donors, Shailen Ellis and the rest of the billionaire donors funding him. That's who's controlling us, not Putin and Russia. What's funny is someone in the chat said, "Oh, see, if Trump supporters said something about this, well, it's two sides of the same coin. It's like the lesser of two evils. You think Clinton isn't controlled by the same donors? You think Biden isn't controlled by these people? It's like, that's what it comes down to. Everyone knows that Trump's part of that mafia clique. He was born in New York, a billionaire from New York. You ain't going to become that rich unless you play ball with those people. And that's really what it comes down to, is you have to choose, because that's the parameters they set up. Is you want a piece of shit Zionist, or do you want a super piece of shit Zionist? You know what I mean?
There doesn't seem, like they're doing this fucking election, and I don't see it's like Netanyahu or carbon copy of Netanyahu. I just don't see any difference in the two guys, except for the one guy doesn't have current fucking charges against him by the police.
Oh, they're dirty. They're real dirty over there. Netanyahu, he's freaking like a
But you know what I'm saying? The guy who's running against him as his political opponent is like a carbon copy of Netanyahu. You would think they were fucking brothers if you were to see them at some kind of event somewhere. They look so much alike.
Yep, same message too. One's trying to come off as the moderate or whatever.
Right.
He ain't no moderate.
No.
He's just as far right, just as nationalist as he is.
What's your name?
Kevin.
Kevin. Hey, Kevin. It's good to hear from you, man.
Good to hear from you. Good show tonight.
Right on. Thanks. Well, what do you think about this, cannabis being used to treat the COVID-19?
I think this is just typical propaganda coming out of the media with Israel, any way to make Israel look good. They're trying to say, oh, they're fighting it with technology and this and that. It's all bull crap. They're all a bunch of propagandists.
Well, the mainstream media really isn't giving this story any attention, and in fact, again and again, all day long, and for the next few months, what you're going to hear is, oh, this new thing looks really promising, and then they're going to go, oh, look, we have had a breakthrough, and we have a fucking cure now, and everybody has to get this, and then we'll be safe for the fall or whatever, that's the reason you're not going to hear about cannabis being a potential, treatment, because then nobody's going to need this other cure that they're going to spend $1 billion making and, make $1 trillion off of,
No, I hear you. I also think I just think anyway, they always try to paint Israel in a good light. They always try to put stories out like that, like, oh, Israel's donating certain amount of masks, and they're finding a cure for the COVID. It's like, I don't believe a word that comes out of that. I feel like it's all propaganda to make them look good.
Yeah, well, it's not just about Israel. I mean, it's just impossible to believe anything that the mainstream media says. I mean, they've lost all credibility, and when they say things like in big bold letters across the screen, all intelligence agencies agree that the COVID-19 was not created in a laboratory. I mean, and they put it in quotes, and they put it in capital letters right across the middle of the screen. It's like, okay, now we know exactly what the truth is, because whatever they just said is the exact opposite, because they're just emphasizing it. All the intelligence agencies agree, fuck you. And the fucking intelligence agency are full of fucking shit to start with,
They know how to push a narrative. They know how to get the narrative going.
Yeah.
They may have this one headline here and there, but when it comes down to it, they know how to get the public swayed whichever way they want.
Yeah, no, they're very good at it. I agree.
With this manipulative headlines and timed perfectly, and putting out a certain story to distract from this story, and every trick in the book they know how to sway public perception. And that's why you got to really dig deep and be focused on the headlines. But as far as that story goes, I'm hopeful. Something comes out of it.
Yeah, I just think, I find it fascinating, because I pointed out weeks ago, that I'm hearing this inflammation of the lungs with the COVID-19, and cannabis is a known anti-inflammatory. So again, you're not eating enough marijuana, and then 2 weeks later, here it is, COVID-19, cannabis being used to treat COVID-19. Boom. So I'm just saying, I'm not like trying to go, hey, I'm the greatest ever. I'm just saying, I don't just say these things because, because I'm talking out my ass. That's all.
I think it's important to prevent that stuff with the right diet, exercise, stuff like that, before it gets to that. I think it's an important detail that seems to get missed is the prevention. The immune system, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be that's a very important aspect that seems to be getting overlooked in all this COVID talk.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, they're not focusing on just basic health, staying healthy, and here's what you can do to help, your immune system and stuff. I agree. They're not doing that at all. I don't see that story in the news at all.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But I guess that's it for tonight. I'll call in tomorrow.
Hey, Kevin, it's good to hear from you, man. I hope everything is chill where you're at.
Absolutely. Taking it easy.
Excellent. All right, bro. Keep up the good work. We'll talk again soon.
All right. Sounds good. Take it easy.
See ya. And that's Kevin from Illinois, I think. So if anybody wants to call, we're still here. The number's 805-669-6397, 669-6397, 805 Mox News. And we're still here, and we'll be here as long as there's callers. But I have more videos. I still have lots of videos to get through. See, we barely even scratched the surface here. And I know you guys want to see the silly walking zone video, but I'm not going to play that one just yet. I'm going to play something else here in just a minute. So, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Huh. But I don't have no idea what you're saying. Okay, so I'm going to play a video for you here momentarily. About, what was it I was going to play a video about? Not the silly walking zone. We'll get to that video, silly walking zone. I want to get to that video. It's an important video. Otherwise, it wouldn't be on the list. But I think we should do this Sweden is right story, because I find that very interesting. So, let me see. Sweden is right. And I'm going to go heat up my tea. And I'll be right back.
In this country alone, and these numbers are hard to believe, more than 30 million people have lost their jobs in just the past 2 months. Across the world, the figure is likely in the hundreds of millions. Now, the authorities would tell you this destruction and suffering was caused by the coronavirus, but that's not true. The virus itself destroyed virtually no jobs. Those jobs, these economies, these families were destroyed by lockdowns which are ordered by politicians. The past 2 months, in which almost all businesses have closed and most workers have been ordered to stay home, have been the most economically destructive global event since the Second World War. Now, we've been assured repeatedly that all of this was absolutely necessary. The World Health Organization praised the government of China as a global model for responding because China quarantined an entire city bigger than New York City for 2 months. Top health officials told us we had no choice but to follow suit. Our politicians agreed, and they threatened to arrest anyone who didn't obey their orders. Not surprisingly, most citizens dutifully complied. As lockdown spread across the world, one country stood apart from the rest: Sweden. Unlike almost every other Western nation, Sweden steadfastly refused to lock down. Restaurants there stayed open, so did schools. Life remained, for the most part, fairly normal under the circumstances. Now, our media normally extol Sweden as the paragon of wise policymaking. They love Sweden, always have, soft socialism. And yet, on a dime, they turned. Suddenly, we were told that Sweden was, in fact, a corpse-strewn hellhole. Quote, is Sweden's lax approach to the coronavirus backfiring? Wondered Jeff Bezos' personal newspaper, The Washington Post. Sweden girds for thousands of deaths amid laxer virus policy, blared China-controlled Bloomberg. Sweden's government has tried a risky coronavirus strategy. It could backfire, wrote Vox.com. Vox.com, of course, is the very same publication that said any suggestion the coronavirus came from a lab had been, quote, debunked. As always, Vox was confident, smug, and totally wrong. What morons. At a briefing yesterday, Michael Ryan, executive director of WHO's Health Emergencies Program, said this about Sweden.
I think there's a perception out there that Sweden has not put in place control measures and has just allowed the disease to spread. Nothing could be further from the truth. I think if we are to reach a new normal, I think in many ways Sweden represents a future model of, if we wish to get back to a society in which we don't have lockdowns.
Oh, Sweden now represents a model. So after a month of sustained hysterics and propaganda praising the Chinese government's lockdown policy, in which people were locked from the outside in their apartments until they starved to death, after months of hearing how great that is, after incalculable damage to hundreds of millions of families, The World Health Organization is now telling us, almost casually, that actually our model should be Sweden. Now, who is the man you just saw speaking? Have you seen him somewhere before? I think you have. Just a month ago, that guy's model was not Sweden. It was Khmer Rouge, Cambodia. Watch this.
In most parts of the world, due to lockdown, most of the transmission that's actually happening in many countries now is happening in the household, at family level. In some senses, transmission has been taken off the streets and pushed back into family units. Now we need to go and look in families to find those people who may be sick and remove them and isolate them in a safe and dignified manner.
Oh, so we're just going to go into people's homes, presumably armed, and kidnap their family members if they might be infected. That was the World Health Organization's idea for fighting coronavirus just a month ago. It got virtually no publicity because our media, of course, agree with it. It was insane. That's pretty clear now. We're glad WHO is admitting it was insane, in effect, though it's not much comfort at this point. The World Health Organization has always been wrong about coronavirus. WHO told us it could not spread from person to person, a lie. They said the virus had been stopped and wouldn't spread worldwide, a lie. They said it was racist to talk about where the virus came from. Okay. They said that face masks were ineffective, indeed counterproductive. Again, those weren't simply wrong statements, they were lies, and some of them were very obviously told at the behest of the Chinese government, which controls the strings at the World Health Organization. So was promoting lockdowns a lie too? We can't say. We have no evidence. But at a minimum, authorities were once again incredibly, shockingly wrong about their prescriptions for fighting coronavirus. The strategy they pushed relentlessly, in fact, forced us to follow, hurt us in the end more than the virus they claimed to be fighting. And at the same time, they silenced anyone who dared disagree with their silly prescriptions. YouTube removed a video by two physicians calling mass quarantines excessive. In fact, just suggesting they might be excessive. Can't have that. It's against World Health Organization policy. Facebook took down pages for political protests and called them misinformation. So what did that misinformation consist of? It consisted of American citizens pleading for Swedish-style coronavirus policies, the very same policies we are now told by the World Health Organization are a model for the rest of us. Has there ever been a bigger screw-up? Probably not. But you know what there hasn't been? Even a second of self-reflection. For our professional class, our smug overlords, being wrong on the single most significant policy decision in living memory is no reason to abandon a sweeping power grab, which they are deeply enjoying. Today, Adam Schiff, let us remind you, one of the most powerful figures in government, he's the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, sent a letter to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, the tech monopolies, telling them to, quote, remove or downgrade opinions that he disagrees with. In The Atlantic, supposedly mainstream law professors called for a permanent switch to a Chinese-style censorship regime in which government and the tech monopolies have absolute power to silence ideas they don't like. 3 months ago, this stuff would have been laughed off the stage. Now it's everywhere all the time, and we're starting to accept it. Don't expect it to stop either. Protecting public health, it turns out, and this is becoming really obvious, was just an excuse, a pretext. For the people in charge, rolling back your rights and making you obey was clearly the goal. Bjorn Lomborg is president of the Copenhagen Consensus Center. He's author of The Skeptical Environmentalist, and we're happy to have him on tonight to assess what we're now told should be our model, Sweden. So, Bjorn, thanks so much for coming on. Were you surprised to hear World Health Organization hold up Sweden as a model?
Well, I think it's great that they're doing that. And honestly, Sweden is what you get when you ask experts to run the show. That's what they've been doing. Look, if we don't have a cure and we don't have a vaccine, which doesn't seem to be forthcoming, you really only have three options. You can just let corona rip through society, you can have moderate social distancing, which is what Sweden has done, and you can have a strict lockdown, which is what many states have done. Nobody's suggesting you should just let corona rip through. But likewise, you also need to understand that a strict lockdown is just simply not sustainable. You can't ask people to be locked down for months and months on end. And also, you're just simply pushing most of the deaths in front of you. And that's why I think it was inevitable. Sooner or later, we'd have to realize we'd all have to become somewhat like Sweden, a smart solution, something that tackles the issue and keeps the level of infection below the capacity of the healthcare system, but doesn't actually say we're going to have something that we can't live with in the long run.
Are you surprised by the hostility that Sweden, which has spent many decades being the object of sort of universal love from fashionable people, the hostility they receive for doing this?
Well, I mean, I think it's understandable that a lot of people say, here's a big dangerous disease. We've got to do something. And if you can actually just squash it by locking people down, it's an understandable immediate reaction. But you have to think of this in the long game. We're talking about a year, 2 year, maybe more. And you can't have a strong lockdown forever. And that's why I think you need to recognize, if you look at what most epidemiologists tell you to do, is to flatten the curve so that your health system can handle this. That's what Sweden has been doing. It's not actually locking everybody down, both because it has a huge economic cost and it actually doesn't solve the problem in the long run.
It doesn't solve the problem? Exactly. Bjorn, thank you for that. Following the science. Maybe we should have tried that. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Mike is hot. You're right, Jackie Cat. The surrounding countries from Sweden do have fewer deaths than Sweden has. But Sweden is supposed to be having they're considered to have a very large amount of immunity right now, and their economy has not, disintegrated into millions and millions of people applying for government handouts and unemployment and stuff. I'm not saying that the people shouldn't get those things. What I'm saying is that, Sweden, apparently, from the video I just saw, doesn't have to be doing that because they didn't ruin their economy by telling everyone to, run and hide in their homes. Which, I don't want to see more people die. I'm very confused, though, about what's going on in the United States. The United States seems to have way, 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 way more percentage. I don't want to say percentage, but yeah, percentage per capita than the rest of the world. Like there's 1 million confirmed cases in the United States, which has 5% of the world population, and 3 million confirmed cases around the world. So that doesn't add up for me. Hello, caller.
Hey, Max. This is Tim, the guy who was going to do your logo.
Right.
What the hell happened? Yeah, the guy was going to do your, I'm the artist who won your t-shirt.
Right on, Tim. How's it going, man?
It's going, I'll tell you what, it's a trip there. I mean, what the hell happened? I was talking to you about, Tulsi Gabbard, man, going all the way, and Bernie, and then you go from that to this reality. It was like, what the fuck,
I don't know what the hell is in the Democrats' head. There can only be one of, the people who put Joe Biden in the position that he's in right now. There can only be one of two things in their heads. Either they want Donald Trump reelected, or the plan has been all along to replace Joe Biden before the election, or right after the election, I suppose.
Dude, this whole fucking planet has become such a scientific trip, like a scientific nightmare kind of trip. I think possibly they threw up Bernie as he was in on the scam the whole time. I don't know. And Tulsi just backing Biden. I mean, what the fuck, dude? I feel like, man, it's a trip.
I'm telling you, look, the way that I feel is like I'm out. I can't deal with fucking politics no more. The news is full of shit. The politicians don't have the slightest bit of integrity. I can't deal, you fucking, if you try and cover these people, you just get covered in shit, and I don't want to be covered in shit no more,
Dude, I'm telling you, I feel you, dude. But here's the wildest thing I think about it, man. I'm serious. I think all that shit going down the way it went down, I mean, getting just totally slapped in the face. Tulsi was the one that got me. Bernie, I didn't have that much faith in him.
Yeah.
But Tulsi, I don't know why. I had a vibe from her, man. Like, this woman was for straight up,
Oh, she's saying stuff like that Hillary Clinton is the personification of rot. I mean, come on. It's like, how much, there's nothing that could be more fucking music to my ears than Hillary is the personification of rot. Go ahead. And then, oh yeah, we got to support Biden. Fuck, what?
Oh my God, dude. That's what I was sitting here thinking. That's the only reason I called you, really. Because I promised you, I was going to try to come up with something cool. I don't know if you saw the animation.
The dab one? You made like a dab one, right?
Oh, yeah, and I apologize for that one too, man.
No, I thought that was really cool. I didn't know if you were working on some audio for it or what. I didn't know what you were doing. It didn't look like it was finished, but I thought it was pretty cool.
No, it definitely wasn't finished. And what I got going on, man, I'm telling you what, I'm not going to kid you, man. I definitely was, my heart was down for doing something. It still is. It really is. But what happened is, this whole shit happened. It was like, what the? I mean, it changed. It was like I sat back, man. It was like at the top of the roller coaster ride, and then you get that very peak, and then it's like, whoa. I mean, fuck. All I was doing was holding on, saying, this shit is crazy. You know what I mean?
Like I said, I don't want anything to do with politics. I just want to put a fucking sign on the Mox News that says, I quit. I'm out. Good luck.
No, dude, you don't quit. Yeah, here's the thing, man. Oh, as far as politics, yeah, fuck that, really. Yeah. You know what? 'Cause I think there's way. I was telling your screener, Craig?
Yeah.
Yeah, Craig. I was telling Craig, man, dude, at the beginning, I was like so pissed. It was like 36 people or 14 or whatever your numbers were, Because I know your shit gets seen. I tried to post on your Facebook page when you were mentioned on some different show, like a regular mainstream media show. Yeah. Here's the thing, though, dude. You're just getting so stifled, or here's the two scenarios I can only think. You're getting very, very stifled with that part I do know. But you're also there's so many few of us on the planet that fucking get this? I mean, that's the part that's disappointing to me, or how do we fucking get this shit known, dude? You know what I mean?
It's going to be baby steps. I mean, it's not going to be like everybody wakes up tomorrow and they all realize the truth, But
right, but you know what? How fucking scary does the truth got to get to them, or how real do they have to see, like how manipulated everything is, and how, thank Mox, I don't know, do you watch regular TV? You must, because you got to put all this shit together.
I just watch the news, and I watch cartoons. That's about it.
Right, but are you still getting inundated with, like, the commercials and everything?
Yeah, well, I find commercials disgusting. I think there's nothing that's advertised on television that's worth your money.
Right.
Pretty much.
I don't even watch TV, dude. I gave up watching TV, like, maybe, 10? Maybe it's got to be more than that, like 15 years ago.
Right on. Good plan, man.
Yeah, dude. And this is weird. It was like I was doing the best I've ever done as far as, like, money-wise in my life. Excellent. And I went out and bought one of those big fucking, remember the big screen TVs used to be those gigantic big boxes, where it's like rear projection or whatever it was,
Uh-huh.
They want the thin little flat things you can put on your wall now. I bought that. It's fucking about, I would say, less than 5 months after I bought it. I decided the TV was really fucked up. And this is the weird part, man. I was like, I totally moved it out. I had it like in a place where it was like more a man's studio. I had a big house. And so it back into like where all the kids and everybody else like love TV. And it's like, I don't know, I never watched it since. It was like, you know, it's so weird, man, because it's definitely a fucked up.
Yeah.
It's a mind washing tool.
Yeah, no, look, man, I'm telling you, when you talk about the advertising, I've talked about this again and again, and I cannot believe that the adults in this country allow advertising to be targeted towards children. Okay, because those advertisements.
They don't care. These motherfuckers eat children, and that part of that. People might laugh. Wow, a conspiracy theorist or whatever. You know what? That Pizzagate and all that shit, and the Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, motherfucker, if you don't get this fucking, we're torturing people, we're throwing people in prison, and you know what they call like indefinitely. You know, you can be detained. They make it sound like no, you can be thrown in a fucking prison forever, and nobody will fucking. You have no right to a trial. No right to an attorney. I mean, come on, motherfuckers. I mean, how much more do they have to do to figure out that, hey, George Orwell with that boot on your face, motherfucker, wasn't kidding around. This shit's going down, man.
It's, there's a lot of shit happening. It just seems to be kind of escalating at a really rapid pace. It's a little bit nerve-wracking at the moment. But again, I think, you know, if we just stay cool, we'll get through it. We always do. And you know,
that part I'm down with.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the weird part about it. What I'm saying is, I remember last time I talked to you, we were talking about Tulsi and, I don't know, just a whole surfer, hippie, Hawaiian mother. I don't know, man. I was like, yeah, I'm down with that, man.
Yeah.
Put that person in charge, man. I'll follow that person in the battle. And I wouldn't, you know what, man? I was like a tough guy back when I was a kid. I was thinking about joining the Marines. My dad was an ex-Marine. And thank God I didn't. I want to get off this planet without fucking hurting. Seriously, I was trying not to kill all those black ants.
Yeah.
I was trying like, motherfucker, just get the fuck out of here, man. It's spring, I know. Don't be in my place. You know what I mean? I mean, seriously, this is from a guy who was like, back when I was a kid, would have picked up an M16 or whatever, and yeah, let's go mess some fucking shit up.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, it's. And then people still believe that.
It's really,
I don't know.
You know, I mean, killing, having to live with, you know, hurting others. I think it takes a kind of special person, because I can tell you, my dad killed a lot of people. And and he never seemed good with it. Like it seemed to haunt him forever.
Really? What was your father? What World War II?
No, the Korean War.
The Korean. That's right after World War II.
Yeah.
My dad was a Marine in World War II. Mm-hmm. He was like his mother died while she was giving childbirth.
Huh.
So he's adopted by some fucked up relatives. He just adopted him. This is way back in the day, man. Where they adopted him to be more like just, all right, we'll take him, we'll feed him, but we'll work him like a motherfucking dog. You know what I mean? When he got to be 16, the Marines and going over, and he said he only joined the Marines because he didn't want to go where it was cold because he lived in Chicago. It was like they didn't give his room no heat or nothing. He was like, man, I could see how he ended up being a Marine with that kind of fucking treatment. Like one of them pit bulls you beat or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's my dad. I hounded him. He had like Bronze Star, and this was back in the day when you got a Bronze Star, you had to do some shit. You got
to do some shit to get a Bronze Star, man. Don't sell people short.
Right. Oh, hey, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You do have to do some shit. But I'm saying nowadays, I'm going to tell you this much, Mark, whether you know it or not. I'm 63 years old. I know some younger guys who are over in Iraq and shit like that. They said they were handing out Bronze Star, every fucking medal like they were candy. And this dude was like 30-some-odd years old, but his father had been in the military and everything. Like, dude, they started giving those medals out way less than they should have. I mean, for way less than what they used to give them out for. Because I think they use it as a promotion to thing, you know?
It's a propaganda tool, you know. Look, you're a hero. You're a hero, you know.
Right.
Don't forget,
don't
ever let anybody tell you anything else. You're a hero. Go ahead.
And then you know what? And then they're like try to like jam them down. You like respect them. Thank you for your service. Well, what the fuck, motherfucker? A bunch of people have been telling you they're going over there throwing bags over people's heads and dragging them out of their homes. They have done jack shit. And so, you know what I mean, man? I mean, come on. And nobody will call that out. Nobody will say that shit. You know, I understand, man. But if we don't fight the propaganda on our own side, hey, I love those kids, man. I'm saying, you know what? They're my kind of people. That I grew up in the neighborhood, dude. I didn't grow up like a rich kid, but I didn't grow up a super poor kid. Put it this way. I grew up where the poor kids were 2 streets over and the rich kids were 4 streets over. And that's how it was. And I'm serious. You know, that's the neighborhood. I grew up right outside of Chicago. You know, it was, I don't know, man. It was a trip, man. You never do those kind of neighborhoods anymore because it's turned into like these rich motherfucking mini mansions to fucking, I don't know. It's getting so separated, it's ridiculous.
They got us all separated down into these little tiny groups, man. It's like so individualized, so specialized, you know. And they got them believing we celebrate diversity.
Right.
You know, like, we're welcoming to everyone as long as you don't fucking say something we don't like.
And here's Bill Gates' diversity. We want to diverse ourselves of our. That's a lot of black people over in Africa, and people fucking worship this guy like he's some kind of humble motherfucker that worked his ass off to become. You know, it's just a trip, dude. It's a trip.
I agree.
I agree. How smart do you have to be? I mean, you don't have to be that smart, man. You have to be curious. You have to be, I would say, compassionate and concerned. Like I said, and smart. A little bit of smartness. I mean, to realize you're being lied to big time. And what a propaganda tool that does not stop. Through commercials, through radio, through television, through fucking music. Oh man, they cornered that shit.
Yeah, I think you have to be really strong to be able to see to be able to want to see through it. It's not easy, dude. It's not, you know, to understand what's going on makes it a much less comfortable, you know, way to like, you know, you have to, like me, like it would be so much easier to look at the people on the news and think that they're friends and that they're telling me the truth and that, you know, I can still believe in Tulsi because even though she's supporting Joe Biden. You know, it's just so much easier than having to go, look at this fucking garbage that I'm surrounded by. You know, so I mean, who really wants that for their life, right? So
all right. Here's what I say to you. I totally 1,000% get it. You know what it's forced me to do? I am an artist. It's forced me to like, motherfucker, if you can't go outside, here's what I'm saying, man. There's something about, even today it was kind of rainy and misty, weird, sucked up rain here. I live like in Northwest Indiana.
Huh.
And it was like just gray. It's definitely, if you wanted to put that kind of mood, like everything's fucked up kind of mood to this weather, it was like matched it perfectly. But here's the thing, man. Even during that, I was kind of thinking to myself, man, I was working on this painting. Well, anyway, it was like, we're still blessed, man. Whatever it is, get outside. The air was chilly, but the rain, the feeling it on your face. I'm fucking telling people you can't go outside and shit. Give me a fucking break. You know, I've seen a few videos where cops are chasing after a guy jogging down the beach. And the guy, just because he's healthy, just there's like takes off like this guy like 100 yards ahead of him in no time at all. It's like, but what a trip. Get off that beach here, you know, he's around nobody. Oh my God, dude. And nobody, and then the people were like, well, yeah, well, I understand it. This is all said. It's kind of, I'll give people their space. I'm not wearing a mask. I don't know. I'm not wearing a mask when I'm
I have not worn a mask outside. I wore a mask one time on camera here, just to show that I had one. But I did take the mask to the store the other day. I kept it in my pocket, but it was just in case. It was just in case when we got to the store, they were saying, "Oh, you can't go in without a mask," you know. So.
Right, that's exactly it too. I thought the same. Yeah, dude. I thought the exact same thing. I'm not gonna fucking basically. I don't know, you know, Max. I feel like this shit is definitely, you're more in this, the realm of like, you're in Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was more like a epicenter in a way. After I was hearing about New York, then I'm hearing about Seattle. It's like, how the fuck did Seattle so quickly, didn't travel across the country? It was like, Seattle was next. I was like, what the fuck, you know?
Well, Seattle was the first known place for the virus in the United States.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there's some doctors who are saying that there's a military base. I can't say the exact name of it, but they work on bioweapons, and they're saying a lot of the fucking exact same symptoms and everything that match what they're calling, you know, the coronavirus happened there. Fort Detrick, that's what it was, Fort Detrick.
Yeah.
There was like all these diseases that they couldn't quite figure out, and well, anyway, then right after then there was that big military, which I didn't really totally understand, worldwide military get together in China. I mean, well, anyway, it was like right outside of Wuhan, too. It might have just been in Wuhan.
Yeah.
Anyway, then all these soldiers that were from, you know, out at Fort Detrick were there, and then the first place to get reported is Wuhan after, I don't know. And then there was all this, like, bioweapons, like, woman that is funded by the United States and the CIA, was trained at some, you know, college here, or was working on these, like, changes to the coronavirus. And then she goes back over to China, and then you find out that the United States is funding a bio lab in China. I mean, what the fuck is up with that?
Yeah, no, I've heard all the things that you're saying also. I heard those things too. And that's what I again, I don't know why if the senators and the Congress people know that they are funding places, laboratories that are creating deadly viruses like this. Those senators and Congress people who have approved funding for that must immediately go to prison for the rest of their lives, because they are an extremely dangerous entity to be walking around on this planet freely to all of us.
Don't you know that Trump's got that covered? He's going to arrest them all, motherfucker.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Trump's going to do.
How much more knows this for me? These people are not stupid, dude. That's the one thing I think. The people like to try to sell you on, oh, the government, they're just fucking up. They're such idiots and that. These people got a fucking plan. Who's the idiot? And the American people just think like, what the fuck? Like a Tulsi or a, what's that, AOC or whatever. It's like, got your back. I mean, how come? I mean, dude, if they can even say, I feel like somebody put a gun to their head or whatever to say, yeah, vote for Joe Biden. I mean, come on, man. That's like, to me in a way, man, Max, it's worse than asking us to vote for Hillary. This is more like, hey, we told you Hillary, this is the person you had to vote for. I think that, I don't know, man. I almost think we're just being gamed to the nth degree.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I agree with you. Joe Biden is worse than Hillary. And to see to see people like Pelosi and Senator Gillibrand, and all these other fucking pro Me Too women fucking standing up there and proudly endorsing Joe Biden is the most hypocritical bullshit I've ever seen on any planet and any time in history throughout the creation of this motherfucking universe. So you know.
Really? Oh, I'm not kidding you, dude. I'm telling you what. Like I said, I grew up tough. I know a lot of guys. I'm like, dude, how can you stand for like us torturing people? I'm saying this is like Nazi Germany when they used to do this. I was like, whatever,
Right.
I think torture, to me, is the most evil thing. You grab somebody up, you already got him captured.
Right.
Then you're gonna fucking torture him.
Right.
Hey, check this out, man.
Well,
Hey,
wait,
check this out.
just 1 second. Let me make a point here. If you are pro-torture, understand this. That means you are pro-torture of U.S. soldiers. Okay? Because if it's okay for us to do it, it's okay for them to do it. If it's not okay to do it, then it's not okay to do it. So if you are pro-torture, that means you are pro-torture of U.S. soldiers, and I don't think that's a very good fucking strategy. Go ahead.
Oh, hell no. And here's the thing, man, Max. It's like, I know these, and they're good people. I'm not trying to say, here's the one thing I definitely want to say before I say anything else. You're the motherfucker for getting me weaned off of judging people, man. Motherfucker, dude. You're a soul, dude. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. I'm just saying, man. I've seen the way you deal with people, and in the beginning, I'm like, motherfucker, hang up on that guy or that woman or whatever, and you see it through. I'm not kidding you, man. They call it like the second or third time. And finally, I'm like seeing who they fucking are. I mean, like cool people, like people I get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're so quick to throw the switch on. Oh, you're a Trump, or you're a this, or you're a that. And so quick to judge. And then, I mean, just take with that one thing, Jesus. I would say, I do believe, when he said like ye are judge not, lest ye be judged, or you with that sin cast the first stone. I mean, motherfucker, those are great concepts, man. I don't care what anybody says. Treat your neighbor as you would yourself. I mean,
look, it's just the thing is, I get judged the way I look. I get judged a lot. I mean,
Right.
Barack Obama used to talk about how he knows what it's like to cross the street and have someone lock their door of their car, or he knows what it's like to fucking go walk into a department store and have the security guard follow him around the department store, right? And I'm like, fuck you. You don't know. You don't even begin to know, you stupid fucking cunt.
Right. Grew up motherfucker like coddled.
Yeah.
And
him saying
and drink the poison water. That's like, motherfucker, you're such a fucking motherfucker.
And him saying that shit was all about race baiting. 100% about race baiting. I know what it's like to walk into a fucking department store and have some jackhole rent-a-cop follow me through the whole fucking place. I literally have walked up to fucking checkers who know me before I ever met them. And told them, dude, can you call off your dogs? And they're like, hey, stop leave this guy alone. He's one of my childhood heroes. Literally.
Right.
So
Right.
The judging thing doesn't work. The immediately I need to attach this label to that person and this label to that person is part of the programming. It's part of the programming. It's what they want you to do.
Divided we fall, united we stand. Come on. Get back to some just super simple common sense. But you know what? They're experts. They're fucking experts at dividing us.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what they do.
I mean, and that's all they put on the news is divide. And I think now they're trying to divide people between. And fear is one of their best things to do. I mean, this is like evil incarnate, where it's like, scared, huh? I mean, all the things they're saying. So even the good people who would never hurt anybody, who are pretty sure this is all just a fucking super bullshit thing.
Yeah.
We're not going to tell anybody, oh, go against it and get yourself hurt. We're not. We're not going to, well, at least I'm not. You know, I mean, I post a lot of shit on there by scientists who are saying this is all bullshit, you know. There's way, way, way more to this than some fucking virus.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, this whole the collapse of the economy and the bailout shit. You know, I mean, these fucking billionaires are making so much money right now, more than they would have made if the economy boomed for the next 10 years. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I watch these fucked up commercials because just like people, I'm like part of some people I follow on BitChute too, and they were putting up all these commercials like the coronavirus commercials, like that you know, that Budweiser really sympathetic music going in the background, and the grandparents are at the fucking door and their grandbabies behind it. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, but they're gonna sell some shit on this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fear sells really good. When people are afraid, they're much better consumers, and they're not really smart consumers at all.
And so, like, I'll just post things. I don't say, like I said, because I don't know, but I'll post. There's a bunch of scientists, really kick-ass, when you read their, like, resumes, what places they work and stuff they've done. And they're saying the numbers aren't adding up. Yeah, this is a terrible flu, and there's no way of knowing whether it's a bioweapon yet, and da-da-da-da. They need the precursors, or whatever they were talking. But it was like, the numbers are no worse than a bad, normal flu season.
Right.
Have you seen any of that?
I've been telling people, you know, don't buy into the fear from way before they ever heard the words fucking COVID-19. Okay.
Right.
So,
right.
Because this is what the media does. You know, for how long have they been telling us terrorists? You know, I mean, it's who they are. And the minute the terrorist isn't enough, we got to have a mass shooting. Oh, we have the biggest mass shooting of all time. You know, and it's all about fucking, so we're going to have to take more of your rights away and more of your rights away and more of your rights away. And that's the reason why not to buy into the fear. Because if you buy into the fear, then you might buy into the whole, we have to take your rights away for this reason. And you go, well, that makes sense because I'm fucking afraid and my IQ has been lowered by fucking 10%.
Right. And not only that, Mott, you're on this planet for such a fucking short time. Why spend it living in fear? Seriously, I not force myself, what am I saying? I was going to force myself to put on to Facebook about, like, just, I don't know, telling people, get outside, man, breathe some air, just fucking realize how blessed we are, man. I mean, I don't care, man. If there's a blue sky above you, it's really raining today, but still, I enjoy the sun. It's like nature, dude. It's like people have gotten so into fucking, and I'm guilty of it, dude, on a computer, in a building, Now, I love those videos where you and your buddy are out there and your dog, like, walking through the beautiful parks. I mean, that's what people gotta do, man, to keep themselves sane.
I do that every day, dude. I walk 2 hours a day with the dogs.
Do you every day?
Every day.
All right, dude. I've been sitting down thinking. I'm telling you, Mark, and don't take it wrong at all, man. I know compliments are weird, but I swear to God, man, you're one psychic motherfucker. If you only got 38 or so many viewers, people are getting your vibe, dude. I swear to God, I have, and I'm not bullshitting, dude. There's, I don't know, man. You are a fucking in a way. Seriously, because your soul, I think you put your soul in the right place. It's like drinking some pure water. You know what I'm saying, man? I mean, I know you can't say, yeah, pure water, but what I'm saying is there's so much garbage out there, man. With so little integrity and so little, like, all right, I'll take this. I'll raise my hand. I'll say, hey, I'm the guy over here saying this is fucked up. I mean, you know, you made yourself a target, but that's what we gotta do, dude.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. I mean, I could make so much fucking money on the YouTube if I fucking put on a cop haircut and shaved my beard and just picked one side or the other. You know, I mean, fucking.
Yeah,
I could,
exactly.
You know, oh, abortions are so horrible. They're gonna kill all the babies. People would send me so much fucking money. Okay?
Right.
Or I go on the left side and say, the Russians are gonna fucking destroy our country. And people send me so much fucking money. Okay? But I come out here and I say, it's the Republicans and the Democrats that are responsible for bringing us to this point in history. This fucking teetering on the edge of fucking extinction moment. Both of them, hand in hand, happily. You know, and I struggle every day, but at least I know I'm doing the right thing.
And here's the thing, dude. It's like, you know what? I'm struggling too in a way, but here's, I'll just tell you my situation, dude. I used to have the big, like, big house in the suburb. You know, everything what you would think, like, well, that guy's conceited. You know what I mean? And, dude, I ended up, it was the Obama thing where he collapsed the economy. I ended up on the street. Seriously, I was divorced, da-da-da-da-da-da. It's such a fucking game, man. Right and left. It should be like, hey, man, I know a lot of, are you still there, Max?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing about it is, it's like, I know guys, hey, man, you're really, some shit's happening. You say to somebody, man, you gonna help me? I mean, are you a Republican? Are you a Democrat? I mean, no, even that, you just jump in to help somebody. You don't care who the fuck they are. They got their stuck. You help get behind them and like push their car, get them out of the fucking, snow or whatever. It's like that's life, man.
Yeah,
they've turned it into such a fucking red, blue, right, left,
You know, that's one of the things that I've heard from people since I've been doing this YouTube thing that I really enjoyed the most is when they would ask me, are you a Republican or a Democrat, conservative? I can't tell. And I'm just like, exactly. You know,
right?
Your little label that you want to attach to me so you can put me into a fucking mold doesn't work. It doesn't work on this guy. So.
And how many of these people have friends with your friends exactly as you or I guess it's just bullshit, man. I mean, I think it is just a propaganda, social engineering. I mean, fuck it, man. I mean, I got friends that think nothing like I do, but they're my friends. I mean, fuck. God put him on this planet to be my friend. You know what I mean? They don't have to think like I think. Hopefully, us, like, just like two sticks rubbing against each other, a fire comes and we get some truth. You know what I mean?
Well, you have a lot more in common than separates you, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of us.
Yeah, and that's what the things that we have in common are really much more important than the things that separate us.
Right. And way, way, way more important. You know what, Mike? It's like I have been paying attention, and we're dropping bombs on Iraq. there's this one video of this father. I don't know if it's Syria or Iraq. But anyway, there's like 2 or 3 little girls behind them, and then bomb drops. It was a U.S. bomb. It was like, boom. I mean, and this guy, I don't know, his wife must have been filming it. Dude, the little kid, the little tiny soldier, yeah! And he's like, oh, he gets like swearing in whatever his language is. He gets fucking motherfuckers laying down some shit. And he's pulling his shirt clothes. And it's like, you know, like, I don't know, one of them homes are built out of, like, I don't know, stucco or whatever they do in the Middle East.
Yeah.
But it is like, we're doing it, and the people are like, yeah, let's, you know, what the fuck? Then you get looking into a table going, oh, like, no weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah, I hear. Hey, brother, your phone's being really weird. And I got to take a break anyways. So
right.
It's really good to.
Mom,
Hey,
I know.
Hey, Tim.
Keep it up.
Tim, it's really good to hear from you, and I agree about Iraq and all the horrors that was done there, and Afghanistan, and I feel really bad for what's happened to those people because of our tax dollars, and hopefully one day we'll be able to make it right by them.
All right, hey, dude, I'm glad I'm one of the 35 souls watching, or how many is right now. Dude, keep it up, dude.
Right on. Thanks a lot for calling. It's good to hear from you, and thanks for. I like the video that you made, the dabbing thing. That was awesome.
No, it was not. No. But get out. I'll tell you what. Next one I'm gonna send you, motherfucker. I'm working on it. Well, it's something. It's real.
Right on. Right on. All right. Well, I look forward to seeing it, Tim. Thanks for calling.
All right. Later.
See ya. And that's our friend Tim. And I'm gonna play one of these Biden videos because I keep telling you this was gonna come. I told you this was gonna come, and here it is. It's coming. This is the local.
Developing now, growing pressure on former Vice President Joe Biden to respond to an allegation of sexual assault made by a former Senate staffer. Sinclair National correspondent Atra El-Nashar has more.
Well, I have great sympathy for any women who bring forth an allegation. I'm a big, strong supporter of the Me Too movement.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi Thursday morning saying she still supports Joe Biden in the wake of an allegation by former Senate staffer Tara Reade that Biden sexually assaulted her in 1993. A former neighbor of the accuser now says she recalls her describing the incident decades ago.
I'm satisfied with how he has responded.
But Biden himself hasn't directly responded. His campaign has, calling the allegations false. As of Thursday evening, the Biden campaign has not responded to Sinclair's request for comment.
The longer he goes, the harder it's going to be to respond. I think that for Joe Biden, he knows that he is a gaffe machine and that this is definitely not a topic that can afford any type of gaffes.
As Biden formally launches a search committee for his running mate, at least 4 women likely in the running to join him on the Democratic ticket say they believe him.
I believe Joe Biden.
Senators Kamala Harris, Kirsten Gillibrand, and Amy Klobuchar say women have a right to be heard, but their support for Biden hasn't changed.
The Democrat Party says, well, we got to listen to the women, we got to listen to the victims, but what about Tara Reade? They're not wanting to listen to her in this case.
Some Democrats say the Trump campaign has no place criticizing Joe Biden, giving the sexual assault allegations made against the president.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Trump currently has 27 cases against him from 27 separate women. And this covers, a multitude of times from back in the 80s up to literally right before he ran for president of the United States.
The pressure on Biden to respond builds as he comes closer to officially becoming the Democratic nominee for president at the party's convention. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar reporting.
Meantime, a new deal between the Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders campaigns will allow Sanders to keep many of his Democratic National Convention delegates. Without the deal, the Vermont senator would have to forfeit the delegates after dropping out of the race. Representation at the convention is critical for Sanders to maintain influence on the party's platform and rules. The Biden campaign is also working hard to court Sanders supporters. As you know, the campaigns continue to work together on a series of policy issues.
All right, I'm going to play another video here for you while I finish heating up this bong. This is drone delivery testing for COVID-19. I'll be right back.
We are basically an Uber for drones all across the United States.
Drone Up, a Virginia Beach-based company, is used to operating on the commercial front. Pilots use drones for mapping, analysis, or inspections.
We asked them, hey, what do you think about doing a test to test delivery with drones at scale?
Drone deliveries to help combat the coronavirus could be a high-tech hovering solution.
We knew that for critical deliveries with drones, we would need to deliver up to between 1 pound and 2 pounds of some kind of payload.
So they set out along with UPS and the Virginia Center for Innovative Technology for a 3-day simulation this month at an abandoned college in Lawrenceville, Virginia, to test the drone drop-offs.
And so we put various items in the bags. We put a bag of sand in there to give it some weight, and a medicine bottle and a box, just to simulate what could be dropped. We just wanted to test all the different kind of scenarios that you could think of that you would find in the real world.
Maneuvering through trees, power lines, and even battling wind, they attempted 103 drop-offs of these mock-up medical kits, and 100 of them were successful.
And you see that there's a fork on this side and a fork on that side. And when the landing gear is down, those forks intersect and you can hang something on there. It was wildly successful, way more successful than we thought.
Testing that could soon take to the air to support those needing critical care on the ground.
We're still looking for the sweet spot for delivery, but we're learning a lot, and I think there is a place for drone delivery.
I'm Chelsea Donovan for News 3.
Mitchell, you should call. You sound like you got quite a story to tell. And the number is 805-669-6397 in case anybody wants to call. The bong is almost ready in case anybody wants to join me for a big fat dab. And, you know, I really like doing this with you guys. Again, it's this thing where I feel like I'm doing the right thing, you know, and you guys really help me with that so much, because you come out here and you say the nicest things and you show up and all that. So I'm going to keep doing this, you know, as long as there's people showing up. But again, I'm going to try my best to start incorporating more of cannabis, you know, more cannabis activity, besides just bong hits. I want to show other things. So look forward to that here a whole lot more. Again, and I'm going to start a table flower, a desk flower here for us too, so we have a flower that we can grow and have on the desk every day. I'm starting seeds tomorrow, May 1st seems like a good day to start seeds. So. How you doing, buddy? You know you're my beautiful baby. Hey, you know, what did I just say? I said you are my beautiful baby. Look what I have. I have doggy jerky. Who wants some doggy jerky? Does my Boo Bear want some doggy jerky? Huh? I got doggy jerky. Look at this. Ooh. Made of real dog. You want some? Huh? You want some? Oh, it smells yummy. You gonna come have some doggy jerky? Come here, go girl. Come here, girl. Come here, have doggy jerky. Come here. And this is why we brush teethies. Come here. It was teethy brushing today. I was worried we were going to have to get the floss out after last night, having jerky last night. Here, have a bite. Have a bite. Oh, have a bite. Here, have a bite. Have a bite. Here you go. Come here, come here, come here. Come here. Have a bite. Oh, it's good. Oh, I like doggy jerky. Oh, Boogie Bear, you going to have a bite? You going to have a bite, Boogie Bear? Huh? Are you? Ooh, don't need that. Don't need that. What we got here? Oh, look at this one. Come here, boo-boo. Come here. Come here, boo. Come on. Up here. Oh, there's my Boogie Bear. Oh, he's my Boogie Bear. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at him. He's such a beautiful baby. What a beautiful baby you are. You're my beautiful baby. Oh, I love my beautiful baby. You gotta chew it. You gotta chew it. That's a pretty thick piece, huh? Alright, you can have it. You gotta chew it, man. What happens if you don't chew it? You're gonna choke and then you gotta go emergency room. We don't want that. Alright. Alright, that's the doggy treats for tonight. Let's see. Now this dog's gonna sit here. The rest of the night, he's gonna be right there, going, is there more? Is there more? Is there more? Look, is there some on the floor? Wait. That's how good those doggy treats are, in case anybody's wondering. What do we have here? We have another video about, I know you guys want to see the silly walking zone video, right? I should play the silly walking zone video. We'll play the silly walking zone video. Let's play it. I can only tempt you with it for so long. That is number 8.
A homeowner in California is spreading cheer during the coronavirus pandemic by creating what she calls a silly walk zone in front of her house. She captures video of people walking through the zone on her Ring camera and then posts it to Instagram.
It brings so much joy and silliness, I think, especially in this time. It helps us to see other people and interact with other people, obviously at a safe distance. It's fun to hear, you know, when our windows are open, hear people giggling and laughing and kind of planning out their moves. And I just think it really is uplifting people's spirits right now.
Maureen Salmon says the camera has already captured dozens of those silly walks. It looks like the kids are especially getting into it. Let's check in with meteorologist Shannon O'Donnell.
I like that video. That was one of my favorite ones of the day, if not the week. Because look at this. She's like, wait, what's happening? What? Are we doing something now? She's like, did you say there was more beef jerky? I don't care if it's made of dog. It tastes delicious. She is like jonesing for more of that stuff. She's like, give me more, give me more. I know you have more up there. Give it to me now. What else do we have here? We'll have a video about a protest in Israel about an upcoming potential prisoner swap with Hamas. I thought you guys would want to see that maybe. So I'll play that for you now.
As we said, this day, and especially even the last few days, have seen a series of protests. There was another one today in Jerusalem that actually was unrelated to the coronavirus crisis, but it is on an issue that appears to have advanced because of it. And that's a possible deal between Israel and Hamas to retrieve the bodies of 2 Israeli soldiers and 2 civilian hostages still being held in the Gaza Strip. But there are some Israelis who believe that the price for that may be too high. And our defense correspondent Daniel Tzemach was there earlier to hear their pleas.
6 years since the bodies of Oron Shaul and Adar Golden, as well as 2 Israeli civilians, Avera Mengistu and Hisham al-Sayed, have been inside the Gaza Strip, held captive by Hamas. And in recent weeks, more and more reports circulating that the Israeli government may be taking strides to actually enter negotiations through intermediaries with Hamas to retrieve the bodies. From what we understand, the coordinator for the release of the prisoners and the hostages, Yaron Blum, who represents the Israeli government on this issue, has spoken to the bereaved families of Adar Golden and Oron Shaul to discuss the potential negotiations. Meanwhile, though, here in Jerusalem, outside of the Prime Minister's office, bereaved families who have lost their children due to terrorist attacks, some of them losing their children due to terrorists that were released in the Gilad Shalit deal of 2011, are here protesting against the deal that the government seems to be working towards. Parents that don't want to see more terrorists being released from Israeli prisons just to go back, as they say, to engage in further acts of terror. Let's take a listen to what one bereaved father had to say.
This is the rule in the Middle East. You try to be nice but not smart, you're going backwards. You must be tough, you must believe in justice, and you must see the terrorists sit in jail. Give the Palestinian people or the citizens in Gaza and the Hamas who governs them now, give them many other things, not prizes for blood and terror.
And of course, it's a complicated issue. Bereaved parents who have lost their children in acts of terror, in wars, have a different way of responding to these sort of tragedies. Now, the Golden family does seem to be eager to continue with this measure, and there's some people that were represented here today at the protest against the deal that actually support the Golden family, but maybe just not by the way that the Golden family is trying to achieve that end. But in either case, it does seem as though the Israeli government, for the first time in years, acknowledging that it is taking steps towards negotiating with Hamas on this issue. Daniel Tzemach, I-24 News, Jerusalem.
I can't see him. He's right on the edge of the camera there. He's just sitting there staring at me. Is there more? Is there more jerky? Is there? Do you like that jerky, Boo Bear? Is that pretty good jerky? Go up on the couch. I'll give you another piece. Go up on the couch. Go up on the couch. That's not going up on the couch. That's not going up on the couch at all. He does the exact opposite of what I asked him to do. It's kind of like me. You say, you can't do that. I'm like, really? You don't know me very well, do you? Or usually I'll just laugh and walk away. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, right, I have another video here. I wanted you guys to see this one about the COVID-19. On the drone video that I played, where they were doing the test drone video, they were talking about how they need to be able to deliver a pound or two, and I was thinking, really, an ounce or two would do me just fine. So, the COVID-19 drug the vaccine cure drug that they're going to try and sell to everybody. They're saying it looks promising. I have a video about this here, and they're going to hear this over and over again. Oh, this looks really promising, and they're going to go, oh, this the tests are showing good signs, and it's going to be all about getting you pumped up on this fucking magic cure for the COVID-19. They can't cure the cold, they can't cure the influenza, but they're going to magically cure this COVID-19, and everybody's going to want to have it, or we're going to make you take it. So you better want to have it. You hear what I'm saying, right? So this is the programming that we're going to get over and over and over coming up. So I thought I should probably point it out to you and have a short discussion on it. But here we go.
With well Over 3 million confirmed infections globally and reported deaths rocketing towards 250,000. Researchers worldwide have spent months looking for any sort of treatment or cure for the coronavirus, and now promising results indicate that they are onto something. An American study of 1,000 patients using an antiviral drug is showing that the virus is not unbeatable. Our science and technology reporter Ariel Levin-Waldman explains.
Is there a new game-changing weapon in the fight against the pandemic? Tests being done in the United States show conclusive results.
Data shows that remdesivir has a clear-cut, significant positive effect in diminishing the time to recovery.
The new drug has some significant numbers, a 31% faster recovery time. It's not a perfect cure, but it proves something important. The virus is vulnerable to drugs.
The reason why we're making the announcement now is something that I believe people don't fully appreciate. Whenever you have clear-cut evidence that a drug works, you have an ethical obligation to immediately let the people who are in the placebo group know so that they could have access.
The vulnerability was not a safe assumption either. Research on COVID-19 found as a natural sugar armor layer that stops drugs and antibodies from attaching to the virus. But remdesivir doesn't throw antibodies at the virus. It alters its genetic code. It adds junk proteins that ruins the virus's ability to replicate. And it's more than just medical news. Stocks rallied in the U.S. and Japan as news broke that corona might not be here to stay. A welcome change to a market slump the likes of which hasn't been seen in decades. That said, the fight is not over yet.
You know, this is not the miracle drug that's going to stop this pandemic, right? For that, we probably need a vaccine. But I think it really has potential to hopefully, if it can be used on a big scale, to prevent a lot of people from developing more severe disease, and then hopefully also to prevent death.
Now the trick is to ensure the supply of the drug, something the U.S. government has begun to negotiate with parent company Gilead Pharmaceuticals, and hopefully bringing the global nightmare to a close.
Boop, 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 mic is hot. Okay, and part of the reason that I wanted to show you this on the Israeli news, instead of picking one of the mainstream media news segments, who that same story has been at the top of every single U.S. mainstream media news outlet today, over and over and over again, at the top of the hour, almost on the hour, every single hour, almost every single hour. Now, that being said, the reason I wanted to show you it from the Israeli news is because again, I have this story that talks about, you know, that the Israeli hospital is using cannabis to treat COVID-19. Right, they're using cannabis to treat COVID-19, and so the reason I wanted to point out this story about this cure, vaccine, antidote, this thing that they're going to pass off as like a miracle that's going to save all humanity, from the Israeli channel, is to try and show you again. I looked everywhere for this story about cannabis being used to treat coronavirus, COVID-19. I looked everywhere at the Israeli news, the German news, the Japanese news, the French news, the British news, the Canadian news, and all up and down the U.S. news for hours on end. I couldn't find it anywhere, and it's 100% of the reason is because this is medicine that you can grow at home. If you can grow your own medicine and it actually works for you, you're going to stop going to the doctor. You're going to stop buying pharmaceuticals. You're going to stop fucking pumping your children full of pharmaceuticals. Because you can just give your kid a cookie in the morning and he's fucking chill all day. He's like the coolest kid ever. And he's fucking smart as hell. As long as you don't let them fucking lobotomize their brain on screen time. Screen time is what's fucking up your children. So we're clear. Now, that being said, I have I have another video. I don't know. I think we're good on videos. You guys good on videos? I'm good on videos. You know, I have another video about Joe Biden having a, you know, blah 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 blah. I'm pretty good on videos. I'm getting a little on the hungry side. So you know, I can only eat marijuana and smoke dabs for so long before I have to have some kind of fucking calorie intake. Otherwise, I'm gonna get all loopy and shit. So, thanks so much for tuning in, because it's always better when you're here. You know, the show would just be meaningless without you. The callers are all fantastic, and I love hearing from you. I love touching base with you, you know, listening to your concerns, listening to where you're coming from, you know, responding to you, letting you know I hear what you're saying. Like I said all along, we're going to get through this, and it's going to be okay, because we always get through it, and it may not turn out the way we want, but it always turns out okay. And, you know, I'm right about an awful lot of shit. You're not eating enough marijuana is one of them. Now, that being said, we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. Which means we will be back here tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel, and tomorrow we're going to give away a bag of jerky from House of Jerky. We're going to do a live call-in giveaway. So, you got that to look forward to, right? And we'll be doing that here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Pacific time. I hope we see you there. Until then, stay cool, because one of these days, this war is going to end.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories, 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.